Good morning, everyone. Requesting everyone to keep your phones on silent and be seated. And now, a very warm welcome to all of you to the eFast India Summit, a day where we aim to bring together some of the brightest minds, boldest ideas, and biggest ambitions driving India's electric powered future. I am Shrey Sangvi from WRI India, and it's my privilege to co host today's summit.
And hello everyone, I'm Chandana K from WRI India, and it's lovely to see you all charged up here for the eFast India's third anniversary together. The objective of eFast India is to elevate the dialogue and drive tangible actions for adoption of zero-emission trucks aligned with India's sustainability and climate goals. Launched by Niti Aayog in 2022, with WRI India as its lead partner, the eFast India platform has achieved significant milestones. These include fostering stakeholder awareness, signaling demand for 7,750 electric trucks at the Clean Energy Ministerial 14, and expanding its international influence through launch of collaborative freight platform in Brazil. eFast India 2.0 embraces the principle of moving from collaboration to co-creation and from convening to contracting. Niti Aayog is pleased to organize the eFast Summit with our 24 knowledge partners and 95 industry partners currently.
We now make our way for our opening plenary, a moment to hear bold ideas, set shared priorities, and spark conversations that matter. As I call out each name, I would like for everyone to welcome our speakers with the loudest round of applause. Please welcome Dr. Hanif Qureshi, IPS, a scholar practitioner whose police service has been matched by deep policy engagement in the industrial and automobile domain, a doctorate holder and a senior IPS officer, now serving as the additional secretary at the Ministry of Heavy Industries. He blends operational leadership with technical expertise and hands-on experience driving automotive policy. Let's have our hands together for Mr. Hanif Qureshi.
We would now like to call upon Shri Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor for Infrastructure, Connectivity and Electric Mobility at Niti Aayog, an IRS veteran with over 3 decades of hands-on experience in Indian Railways. He marries field-hardened operational leadership in planning and coordination with thoughtful policy making. Let's give a warm round of applause and invite him on the stage, please.
We would now like to call on stage Dr. Ravi Pandit. He happens to be the visionary co-founder and chairman of KPIT Technologies. Let's have a loud round of applause for him.
Now I invite Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO of WRI India, on the stage, please. Yeah.
Please welcome Mr. Prashant Banerjee, the veteran industry leader who today serves as the executive director of SIAM and has decades of technical and regulatory experience in the automotive sector.
Now we invite Felipe. Hello, yeah. Now we invite Felipe Ramirez, the director of urban mobility for WRI Ross Center, on the stage, please. A big round of applause.
And lastly, we would like to welcome Dr. Christoph Wolf, an international logistics and sustainability expert who has led the Smart Freight Center since 2022. Let's have a loud round of applause. Thank you. We would now like to invite Mr. Pawan Malukatra, the Executive Program Director for Integrated Transport, Clean Air and Hydrogen at WRI India. He is responsible for providing strategic direction and implementing the overarching objectives. Let's have a loud round of applause for Mr. Pawan Malukatra.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to eFast Summit 3.0. It's a privilege to be here with all the industry partners, government leaders, and we have actually reached kind of a milestone in the whole decarbonizing the freight sector. So I just wanted to take a moment under the able leadership of Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor Niti Aayog. The platform has expanded to 24 knowledge partners and 95 industry partners coming together on eFast, which is a huge milestone for bringing everyone together to look at one mission of decarbonizing the freight sector. I also wanted to take a moment to heartfully thank Dr. Hanif Qureshi. I call him the EV man of India because without him, the electrification journey in India would not have been possible. Under his able guidance, we have seen number of schemes that have been launched, including the recently PM E-Drive scheme, which focuses on truck electrification. And as you all aware, last month the truck guidelines were also launched. So this is a historical moment, and thank you, Dr. Hanif Qureshi, for your able guidance and support to this EFAST platform. So with that, I welcome Dr. Prashant Banerjee, Felipe, who is our Global Director for Urban Mobility Program. He was also the Transport Secretary of Bogota, Colombia, under whose leadership he actually designed the famous Transmilenio BRT systems. And inspired, sir, I also wanted to share that based on the EFAST platform that was launched in India, a platform was launched calling EFAST Brazil also. And now the plan is to take this conversation in Latin America. So in a way, India is leading this global south conversation, inspiring even in Latin America, the whole truck electrification and the overall electrification journey. So with that, welcome you all for this session and look forward to a wonderful conversation throughout the day. And thank you all for supporting this EFAST 3.0 initiative. Thank you.
We would now like to call upon Sri Sudhendu Sinha for his introductory welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. A very warm good morning to each one of you. And it's really a great pleasure. It's true honor that we are celebrating third anniversary of EFAST. 2022, in the month of September, we had the first convention that was at Claridge's, if I recollect rightly. And it was very difficult at that time to pull in people. So, with a lot of difficulty, 4 think tanks finally, 4 knowledge partners, we could find them to be together. And very few, a handful of industry partners. Because that was the time when probably this much of belief was not there that someday maybe that we will be going in for electrification of heavy duty freight vehicles. By that time, buses was in mainstream conversation. Truck was nowhere there. So it was our responsibility to ensure that, it takes on. And of course, from the ground floor of Claridge's, we have moved on to the second floor of India Habitat Center. This itself shows that we are gaining heights. And from 4 to 24, and what a fabulous number of industry players. So what is happening is that with the help of PM E-Drive, where truck conversation was brought into, with the help of some of the very important logistic players, and I do find their presence here, some of the very respected, reputed OEMs who decided, who did not decide to wait on the wings, and rather they decided that it is time for them to get into the stream of, electric. I know that what a massive challenge it would have been initially to create that supply chain amidst so much of, uncertainties around. So that is what these people have done. And finally, to the users also, yes, because users also reposed trust, and they said that, okay, we give you opportunity to deploy, let's say, a handful only, maybe 50 kind of trucks, and that is how it started. Now this is gradually snowballing. So I always say that one truck in its lifetime of 10 years, let's say, it consumes equivalent of 3 crore rupees of diesel. So this is the equivalent. I mean, it is a very, very conservative kind of movement that I am visualizing. So if we are able to transform, let's say, 10,000 trucks, it simply means that 30,000 crores of diesel gasoline has been saved, on which otherwise the country would have our important, so precious foreign exchange would have had to be spent. So that is how, that is the advantage of this truck electrification. This is now a mainstream conversation. Gradually, I am also watching that this conversation is further fueling, and it is leading to other conversations. Conversations such as, decarbonizing of the construction sites. So zero-emission construction sites. Another conversation that I'm watching is that in the mining areas, how can mines where, all the huge kind of, gasoline consumers and guzzlers of, emitters of multiple pollutants, they are the ones, so how are they to be transformed? So I'm sure that as we say that it is not only trucks, it is a new vehicle segments, maybe that as we move on, they will also be coming into the conversation, and gradually we should be able to achieve it. So thanks to WRI, thanks to MHI, thanks to MOP, Dheeraj is there, and to all the industry leaders, I can recognize each one of you and I can name them. Abhijit Sinha is right there, Yash is there with his Ashok Leyland. They have evolved tippers that itself is going to bring about a lot of change. Karni is there, their team is now, they are getting into select OD pairs in which the vehicles will be run, and they are into experimental phase as of now, but I'm sure that all these experiments, they are further reinforcing the confidence. So as we move on, the numbers will keep on increasing. So if I just recollect the target of the last year, and as I always say, that this is not the NITI's event, it is just because you give us respect and you put our logo in the top. So basically it's an industry event. So what we do is that we ask you to make a commitment, and of course Sharvari is here to hold on, to ensure that you, she is the one who holds you on to your commitment and reminds you. So what my visualization is that maybe in next 1 year, if we are able to at least create a solid commitment. When I say commitment, not only just a kind of, a loose one. A commitment is where the finance has been committed, where the logistic player is involved, where the user also commits. So if we are able to commit, say, let's say 10,000 vehicles, and out of them, if let's say in this financial year, if we are able to position close to 2,000 of them, 2,000 up and running, then I would say that yes, that's a big milestone that we have achieved, because now the next step will be a bigger step. So if I draw an analogy from the buses sector, what was the initial target? Initial target was 5,000. So once we broke that 5,000 target, now the next step is 10,000. So you know that as of now, the bid is live for 10,900 vehicles. So that is how we are going on. Congratulations to each one of you, because without you, it would not have been possible. I know that this is the community that is committed to electric mobility, that is committed to decarbonization of heavy duty freight, and that is why eFast is where it is. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your guidance, sir. As next steps to set the context, we would now like to invite Mr. Madhav Pai from WRI India to set the context for the eFast Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Warm welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Also allowing us to host eFast as part of our annual event Connect Karo. So thank you very much for that. I think a lot has been said about the growth from a few partners to 120 partners. I think Mr. Sudhendu Sinha also spoke about the focus on a few corridors. So I think also on the recently launched report by Niti Aayog, the idea of concentrating on a few geographies. And I think, so I think that as a strategy. The other thing is clearly because the demand will be high, I think this coordination with DISCOMs and, figuring out how to get power to these places is an important hurdle also to overcome as we focus on these corridors. So I think really figuring out the business models on the charging infrastructure side will also sort of evolve through this case. But I think eventually, I think we all know that it is the financing of these trucks is what will decide how we really scale on this. And I think that's where, I mean, as we look at as we create these kind of platforms, I mean, I think the initial aim is to do convening, to really do dialogue. But I think we have pretty much reached the end of that stage. I think really the challenge now is how we take this from convening to contracting, and what is the role that a platform like this can play in terms of really being able to enable a few things at the sort of value chain or in sort of almost like infrastructure level, right? How do we create standards if there were any? How do we, enable creating the financing and support, blending of financing if that is required? How do we bring, I know that, I mean, several conversations that we've had also, there are a lot of sort of investors in renewable energy infrastructure who are willing to bring, say, $50 million of equity investment if there is 18 to 20% return. Now, how do we work with these to help them blend this with certain other initiatives to be able to really make financing available? I think this is really the moment, I think, in this EFAS journey, is to focus on a few of these things that are in sort of at the ecosystem level. And hopefully, I think with this convening and will help us also build that work plan for the next 12 to 24 months, where we can work on these crucial items that can actually put us on that path of that 10,000 trucks. So with that, I mean, for me, I think the focus of today has to be really to figure out what we do as a collective over the next 12 to 24 months, and maybe identify 2 or 3 things that will help us move on this agenda very, very rapidly. So again, thank you. I think it's been an honor to be able to convene also so many partners, and we really look forward to making significant strides in this sort of hard to abate sector of trucks. So thank you very much, and welcome again to everyone.
Thank you, Madhav, for those wise words. We would now like to have Dr. Christoph Wolf, the CEO of Smart Freight Center, come with us and share his thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting us. Very excited to be here. I want to applaud Niti Aayog for great leadership, and the report that came out a few weeks ago, I think, is a milestone in clarity and in indicating what the path forward is. I'd like to thank WRI for great partnership in this, and all the other fellow NGOs that we've been working with Shakti Foundation supporting us. So this is great. I picked up the word from Madhav from convening to contracting. Actually, earlier in the year, we had our Smart Freight Week summit with our global summit with 1,000 participants. We always have a dedicated India session, yeah. And this year we had colleagues from Ultratech, Mr. Mishra from TCIL, from Terry, and others coming over actually on site and interacting with many others, and others coming in online. So we had I think we could show to the world that India is moving on electric mobility in a big way, and also in a very focused way. What I liked very much about the Niti Aayog report is a call for action and a call for focus, because the reality is that while the economics on average may be difficult, if you focus on the right use cases, if you take an industry approach, if you take a data-driven approach, you will find those pockets where that make already sense today. Yeah, so this is actually, and we have been working on this approach to basically focus on use cases like around ports, cement industry, steel industry, for FMCG between like plants and warehouses where you have round trips, where you have predictable routes. If you provide that kind of focus, you find that like 30% of today's deployment is already there. Yeah. Now PME drive subsidies will help to kickstart. And obviously, as the report clearly said, it's a way to move from incentives to mandates. All of that will actually pull and move this into the right direction. So we were very happy to see that actually India is taking a big step forward, and I can say the collaboration within the EFAS platform has absolutely essential in that. I think it's great to have a community like that, an ecosystem where you can change experiences, best practices, but you call on each other in order to take the responsibility and the accountable to move forward together. Because only if we do this, and I think I like the numbers, 10,000 trucks. I think that Sulindo was talking about. If we look at what we actually came up in concrete deployment cases from those shippers, innovative shippers that we're working with, you get 1,500. So that's already a good number towards that in concrete cases. So we are very actually happy and eager to work with you, to continue on this, and to see action happening on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks, sir. Moving forward, I'd like to invite Felipe Ramirez. He's the Director of Urban Mobility for WRI Ross Center for Sustainable Cities to come down and share his thoughts.
Thank you so much. I would like first to commend these big efforts that has been done in this specific program, and of course to thank Dr. Hanif Kuneshi for all what's been done here and all your support, and especially also Mr. Sudendu, because this has been possible because of all your support, and of course we are advancing quite fast. Let me share with you a little bit of what is happening around the world in this sense, and to show you how big this effort is. We launched with WRI another eFast, as Pawan mentioned at the beginning, with Brazil. This is how important this program in India has been and how inspiring it is, because it has shown the path in many other places in order to be able to accelerate our transformation, our transition to decarbonization, especially in this specific topic, which is freight. As you know, in many places, in terms of emissions, freight accounts for between 40 to 50% of the emissions. And that means that we need to move faster in that sense to decarbonize these places. Specifically in Latin America, since I'm from Latin America and I wanted to share a little bit of that to you, we have the big challenge of understanding that there are two big problematics, and this will probably resonate with you because it's quite similar to what happens here. We have the big industry, which we need to decarbonize, but then we also have the small owners, as we call them, which are the ones that own one or two trucks, and we also need the transformation, the transition of this specific sector. So how to do that, understanding what Madhav was mentioning, that we also need the transformation in terms of infrastructure, and also understanding that the type of freight, the logistics matters, and that we need to understand how to actually look the whole thing as a holistic problem, and to make sure that we are transitioning the right way. So it's not an easy problem. It's not only about decarbonizing and using some batteries in this field, but it's also about understanding the whole thing. That's why this program, where we invite all stakeholders to talk and to have presence and to understand what's happening and to listen to all voices, is so important. That's what eFast is making possible. And I also agree on the fact that we need to move to the contracting now. Because again, as the leaders here in India, what is happening, definitely we need to move there, so we keep showing the rest of the world this example of how good this is happening. So that's why I would also like to invite Dr. Hanif, if you can be, actually, we would like you to be the face of this program, because right now we have a global exchange happening, and we want to show even more the experience here in India. So we would love you to be the face of that exchange program that we have, the global exchange, where we want to share with many other places these advances that we are having here, and keep the pace in that sense, so we can transform many other places in the world in this sense. So thank you so much again for all these efforts, and thank you again for all your support.
Thank you, Felipe. We would now like to invite Sri Prashant Banerjee, the Executive Director of SIAM.
Good morning, everyone. It's a profound privilege and my pleasure to be part of this very esteemed panel. Incredible India's journey of electrification has been incredible. We often say in India, double engine governance, and in front of you, two-phase, two-engine of electrification journey of India is being led by none other than Niti Aayog, Shri Sudhendra Sinha ji, and MHI Additional Secretary Dr. Hanif Qureshi ji. So let's give a big round of applause to them. India is a large country. Transport is in a concurrent list of constitution, federal structure, yet India's achievement in electrification is amazing. Rising, aspiring India, wish to become developed India by 2047. 4% of vehicles contributing to 60% of pollution and enormous amount of energy. So energy security, GHG reduction, carbon intensity, decarbonization of transportation, cost of ownership, everything you look at, local air pollution mitigation, and of course, the taking a leadership, self-reliant India's goal. I think all fits very well, and eFast, third anniversary, is the place we can celebrate and glorify the achievement of India. We started actually National Electric Mobility Mission Plan very cautiously, without knowing which territory we are entering in. That time, SIAM released a white paper on electrification. We were very clear that two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and perhaps the taxi segment will be the first segment to get into the electrification. And then we never realized, initial first FAME 1, we had actually crossed the freight segment, N2, N3 was a red. And subsequently, as we move forward, the realization happened, the pull, market pull, the technology demonstrations, the innovation engineering solutions. We are very through in three-wheelers, two-wheelers, and car segment. So now the next obvious journey is freight. And in freight, N1 category is already has its own pull. And I am so delighted that what business need is a clarity, stability, consistency of policy, regulation, and standards. And Government of India has given every possible way, all the three, starting with PME Drive, Auto PLI, and now very consultative, accommodative stance of Government of India in hearing the voice of customer, realizing the geopolitical uncertainty, supply chain challenges, everywhere. Dr. Hanif sir and Sudhendra sir, I think hats off to both of you that you are helping us in every possible way. And WRI, your support, bringing all stakeholders together. I remember I was in Tata R&D and we were just struggling what to do and how to work. But let's give a big round of applause to Sri Ravi Pandit ji, he is here. We had actually, he started and showcased his Revolo technology. It was a hybrid kind of situation. It was not a pure electric. But it's very important for us to support the ecosystem, startups. And that's where now he's working on hydrogen. But his enormous contribution is an example that everybody needs to be supported. So in FAME 2, then R&D element came in. Then testing and infrastructure is being supported big time in ARAI Natrex facility. So I think we are so happy that eFast third anniversary is giving us a huge confidence. Now we have already companies who are vying for space in freight electrification. Identification has happened at priority corridors. OEMs are ready. It's a matter of time. As Dr. Hanif sir has already said that we have understood where the tweaking needs to be done of policy. Standards are ready, regulatory framework is in place, and I think customer is looking for a solution. So eFast is a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks, sir. And now we would like to invite Dr. Hanif Qureshi, sir, for his keynote address. Let's put a loud round of applause together for the Additional Secretary at MHI.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must compliment Niti Aayog and WRI with them for organizing the eFast. And today we are at the third anniversary. It has certainly raised the level of awareness, brought together everyone on a common platform. And this is very important in this kind of a journey. I remember in one of my business communication classes, our professor was talking about communication not being clear. So the boss tells the subordinate, and the compliance is not there 100%. So one of the reasons is that why that work is important is not being communicated to him. It is only that you have to do this. So he's like, why I'm being asked to do this. So he is with a 50% heart, he'll do it. So I was thinking that when we think about freight, think about electrification, we need to think about why we are talking about this. What is the advantage? Why does it matter? We can continue with the way we are. We have been continuing for so long. And this is where what Philip Ramirez has said, that there is a big industry and there is a small industry. They have different objectives. And when we look at the country, it is such a diverse group, interest groups are there, who have their own interests. They have their own, where they want to go in their own directions. But when we think about the objectives, think about the reasons, then we will find that these objectives are somehow converging. And that is a convergence E-fast kind of summits can achieve very easily. Whenever we think about making any scheme in the government of India, and we talk to all the ministries, we talk to Niti Aayog. So first we decide that why do we want to make this? Because ultimately every scheme requires some expenditure, and for that we have to go to the Ministry of Finance. So they will ask us that why are you doing this? What is the advantage in doing? So I think one of the most important visions which have been set by our Honorable Prime Minister of net zero, and within that net zero, electric vehicles, which the Honorable Prime Minister has several times said that it is a silent revolution. The second is our foreign exchange. There's a lot of POL which we have to import. So that is the second. And then we have the environmental impact. If we talk about only the freight, then only 3% of trucks contribute to about 42 or 43% of the pollution, especially in the cities. That is another one. But then we are not simply looking at increasing the number of electric trucks. Along with the increase, it comes with a condition. And that condition is that these trucks must be domestically made. There has been a lot of imports of electric trucks. In FY 24-25, I think there were about 550 N2 and N3 category trucks which were imported, and they are running. So while that is good, there is nothing wrong with it, but even better would be that when they are made in India. And for that, we must acknowledge the supply chain, how that supply chain can be strengthened, because the manufacturing has to be sustainable. We have seen the impact of the rare earth magnets, permanent magnets. All of us are thinking how that challenge should be addressed. And several people have come forward, several investments, several modalities are there now. Of course, they will take some time to materialize. But this we realized only after a long time. Many of us could not foresee this maybe 10 years back or 20 years back, when some other countries had realized that. So we have to be very deliberate and very cautious in planning our way forward. And it is not an isolated event that the industry is now thinking about the heavy duty trucks. The push really started in 2014-15 when FAME 1 scheme was launched. There was a lot of focus on buses, charging infrastructure. Then FAME 2, where N1 category was there till 3.5 tons, and lot of charging infrastructure, 2,000 crore rupees was there. Now we have more than 30,000 charging points in the country. Many of them are slow, but many of them are fast chargers also. And now in the PM E-Drive scheme which was launched last year, we have planned for 72,000 charging stations, which will be supported by the government. Of course, there will be others. These are only the fast charging points. There will be others which will be slow chargers or captive chargers. A lot of charging happens in captive places. N1 was already there in FAME 2, and light commercial vehicles were supported, and a good number of light commercial vehicles were supported in FAME 2. So as Sinha sir said that now we did not think about the heavy duty trucks earlier, but now we are thinking about them. And the N2 category, we see that the tonnage is almost like the electric buses, where we have a substantial experience. But the problem lies in N3, and which is more than 12 tons, 12 to 55 tons. So how to improve our manufacturing capability is one, but manufacturers also need markets. Some people have to buy the trucks also. And for that, we have to look at the economic and the viable operation of trucks. So along with the industry, we have been speaking to the user groups and considering that this is a nascent sector. Initially, I mean, I do not know, we do not think that very long distance movement will be possible in the initial phases. But certainly there are pockets, there are use cases where electric trucks will be viable and they will have a positive TCO. So ports, steel, cement, or in logistics, certain OD pairs which Morth has identified, about 60 high density corridors have been identified. So those are the places where viability of trucks can be there. And certainly those subsidies are there in this pilot scheme, which has about 500 crore rupees for about 5,643 trucks. Their target to be supported with this pilot fund. But apart from subsidies, there are lot many other challenges which are there. And one of them is, of course, financing, which Mahasapai said, that is certainly there. But even with financing, you will have the bottleneck of charging infrastructure. And we have been talking to Ministry of Power, Dheeraj is here. They have come out with very beautiful guidelines of charging stations, which are now notified, and standardization is there, easy to follow for everyone. And they have also published the battery swapping guidelines for the performance and safety of battery swapping stations. So that is an area where now it is open to the industry, how you can take advantage of it. So that base standardization has been set where charging stations can be established. And we have a huge 2,000 crore rupees set in the PM E-Drive scheme for charging stations. And we are also planning to include, rather we have included the battery swapping stations also when we support the charging stations. In fact, next week we are having an interministerial meeting where we will finalize these guidelines, and we hope that this will go out in the open after a couple of days of that meeting. Once the charging infrastructure is there, I think that in itself will give a lot of confidence to users and manufacturers that this is a viable, these are viable kind of projects. Then regarding financing, it is certainly a major area. We recently had a meeting with the Department of Financial Services where all the banks, SIDBI, NABARD, all of them were there. And we have made some kind of a draft paper where we think how de-risking can be done, what kind of financial instruments can be made, and what policy support can the Government of India provide in terms of financial, also non-financial support, what all can be provided. So I think Sudhendu sir is also leading one such group, and we are meeting next week. So we are hopeful that some way will come out of it. Financing is already there, but the only thing is that we have to make it more affordable, the tenors are shorter, the interest rates are higher. In the buses, to a certain extent, the problem has been solved to a great extent. In these 10,900 buses tender which sir talked about, one bus roughly cost about, say, 1 crore rupees. And over the course of its 10 to 12 years, another 4 crores for the operation and maintenance, so 5 crores. So 55,000 crore rupees is required to run these buses, which is the first tranche. Then we will have, there are about 14,000 buses in this scheme. So we'll have another 4,000 or 4,500 buses. So this is a huge amount. And from where and how to get it, how to repay it, those are the, those are the challenges which lie ahead of us. That must be done. And all this is possible at such forums where industry can communicate to us and everyone can communicate. Particularly, the industry's inputs are always extremely important to the making of policies. And I must compliment Prashant, who is here, who has been the voice of the industry. With the recent challenge of rare earths, the manufacturing of all electric vehicles is likely to be affected, particularly the heavy-duty trucks. And now we are in the process of, easing the requirements of indigenization. Because what we think is that indigenization is certainly required, but what level of indigenization? It should not be too difficult that it is, almost impossible to manufacture to those specifications. But it cannot be so easy that you just import components and have a CKD and manufacture it here. So there has to be a certain amount of sweet spot which you have to find. And for that, SIAM and the industry, I'm really grateful to them that with all the details, they are able to articulate this and these find place in our policies. So I think the future looks very bright for electric vehicles in general, but the heavy-duty trucks in particular. We see a lot of interest from a lot of user groups, and they have projected the requirements to us. I mean, we had 5,600 trucks, but I think more than 10,000 trucks is the requirement which we have. OEMs, I think there are 5 OEMs or 6 OEMs who have already manufactured, homologated, or in very advanced stages of making of these trucks, 55 tons, 38, 28 tons, 18, 12 tons, from N2 to N3, all different categories are there. So I'm very confident that with this strong manufacturing base and the level of indigenization which the industry is now achieving, I think the graph of electric trucks, which used to be like this, is going to rise very fast now, consistent with the eFast platform which Sir has created. So I'll express my thanks to Niti Aayog for always, guiding the ministries, particularly Ministry of Heavy Industries, in formulation of policies. Rather, the PLI auto scheme and the PLI advanced chemistry scheme, which is now the Ministry of Heavy Industries running, they were conceptualized by Niti Aayog. And I think they have been very successful. Particularly PLI Auto has been very successful, where I think investment of about 42,000 crores was the target of PLI Auto. And only yesterday we reviewed 30,000 crore investment has already been made by the industry in the PLI Auto scheme. So that much money has already flowed. And in PLI ACC also, we have the companies who have made sufficient progress in installing the plants, getting all the machinery. Of course, production has yet to start, commercial production has yet to start. But the important point is that not only the direct beneficiaries of these schemes, but these schemes, what they do is that they provide an impetus to the larger infrastructure to also work. So you'll find companies which are outside the scheme, they are also manufacturing advanced chemistry cells. You'll find companies who are making components or sub-components, and they are providing those components to the beneficiaries of the scheme. So the entire ecosystem gets affected. So that's the advantage of working together and working as a team. So I'll not take much of your time, and I'll thank Niti Aayog and WRI for organizing this conference. I wish that, I think that you'll be publishing some kind of a feedback from all of us, all the people with vast experience I can see who are present here, and all of us will be benefited by that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Those were some extremely insightful words. Thank you so much, sir. Could we have another loud round of applause for Dr. Hanif Qureshi, sir? That was a super insightful opening plenary. We would like to thank all our speakers, and we would also like to thank Shakti Foundation for their continued support. As next steps, we are now very keen to officially launch the Coffee Table book on eFast. The Coffee Table book encapsulates the entire eFast journey so far, from recognizing key pilots that have been implemented to relevant knowledge products that have been curated carefully and launched over the past 3 years. Let's have the Coffee Table launch with all our plenary speakers. Requesting Pawan and Shalvari to join us on the stage. And we would also like to have Ms. Preeti on the stage with us. And now we are pleased to launch our FIZ tool, the Financial Impact Assessment for Zero-Emission Trucks. This tool assesses the financial implications for truck owners to transition to a battery electric truck. Designed primarily for fleet operators and logistics service providers, the FIZ enables a detailed analysis of capital, operating costs, and revenue while offering insights into earnings and long-term financial commercial viability. Policymakers and researchers can leverage this tool to access transparent and data-driven insights. We would like to have Mr. Pawan, Ms. Shalvari, and the rest of the folks on the stage. Thank you. And lastly, we would like to invite SFC on stage to inaugurate a data partnership program with eFast India. This will guide e-truck adoption through informed decisions. Smart Freight Center has given in a lot of effort to basically help us on this particular data partnership, and we're looking forward to their collaboration on the same. Absolutely.
Just a few words. So the data partnership has been an effort together with many in the room, WRI as well as shippers. It builds on this note of coming from use cases and focusing on specific areas where TCO today is already there, yeah, and then scale it from there. So create a tipping point, a flywheel, engaging with those shippers and carriers that already are convinced and can see the benefits, and then moving from there. So I have my team here, Deepali Thakur, Sanya Shahi, who have actually been working with 20 shippers, and they provided data, and the data is actually moving from theoretical TCO analysis to data-driven TCO analysis, creates confidence and conviction, and this is the essence of the program. So I'm very grateful for the partnership and the collaboration, and we take it forward from here towards the 10,000 trucks that Sudendo was mentioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph, sir, for the same. We would now like to have Mr. Pawan here to felicitate all our guests with a token of appreciation and then move forward with a photo op. Thank you so much to all our plenary guests today. Let's have a loud round of applause for all our plenary guests today. And now, to have a look at our journey so far, we would like to invite Mr. Kaustubh Gosavi, Senior Program Manager, WRI India, to give us a presentation on the EFAS journey so far.
उसको लोड करने बोलो, लोड नहीं हुआ है। ये कैसा खत्म होना है? Call. चेंज कर रहा हूँ. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much to all our esteemed guests for that wonderful opening plenary. And thank you to the distinguished speakers who've come here and graced us with their presence for the entire day, and all the partners of eFast. Today I'll be sharing the journey of and the achievements of eFast India. And what I want to speak about is India's road freight sector is at a critical point in its decarbonization journey. We've had support from a lot of technical reports, policy advisories, states coming up with EV policies, and the PME drive, which has been spoken about, that has been helping us deploy electric trucks on road every day. The eFast platform has nearly seen 30 e-truck pilots launch and laying the foundation for scalable adoption. The journey so far, I'm not going to deep dive into it because we've spoken about this earlier in the opening plenary, but again, I would want to emphasize in September 2022, eFast started with 4 pioneering partners, and today we are at 95 partners and 24 knowledge partners. I'd like everybody to just raise a round of applause for all those partners. Like I said, we've been going from collaboration to co-creation in our first phase to convening and contracting in our second phase. I want you all to look at the smiling faces on the screen. These are the people because of which, under the guidance of Niti Aayog, we've successfully had the eFast platform have a lot of pilots deploy on phase. These are all our knowledge partners. I'd like to acknowledge all of them and all our industry partners. We've had more than 30 knowledge products that have come out of all the partners who are a part of the eFast platform. And I would be happy if you all could please take a picture of these and go through all of these reports. There are 3 key pillars that we've been working through for the eFast platform. They are scalable pilots and demand aggregation, long-term policy trajectories, and economic and viability and financing. For the scalability pilot and demand aggregation, we've seen that the PSA has come out with 50 priority corridors, and amongst them they've identified top 10 priority corridors, which they feel that a lot of concentrated effort needs to go in place to have freight movement, e-freight movement on these corridors. We've had a lot of LSPs and shippers put out electric trucks on road, so these are no longer a distant dream. This is happening in reality on ground as of today. The second pillar, long-term policy trajectories. The PSA also launched the 30 policy advisories, which take into account different buckets where concentrated efforts, policy interventions need to be taken by different partners inside and different stakeholders inside the ecosystem. And finally, the economic viability and financing. We've launched a lot of our KPs, our knowledge partners have launched tools, guidebooks, and dashboards to help the economic viability and financial mechanisms put in place for having e-trucks on road. Finally, I want to just very quickly speak about how we've changed from having just a demand signaling in place in 2022 to today, where we have more than 30 plus pilots on ground, and that is what eFast 2.0 would be looking at to keep working towards our 10,000 trucks by 2030 target. That is all from my end. Thank you so much. I would give away the mic to Shrey again. Thank you.
Thanks, Kaustubh, for highlighting all the success that EFAS has been able to have. We will definitely look forward to seeing how EFAS 2.0 will drive the future of tomorrow. Now we would like to step into the first session of the day, which is basically on the operational insights and the business models for e-truck. Over the past few years, we've been able to pick up several learnings from various e-truck pilots that have been conducted across key routes. It's imperative that we synthesize these learnings and define the business models to make these user-centered and deeply focused on solutioning at scale. I would now like to invite the co-host and the moderators for the sessions, Ms. Preeti Shukla, Program Manager at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, and Ms. Saudamini Zutshi, Business Development and Partnerships Manager at Purpose, to take up the stage as the moderators for our session. Can we have a loud round of applause for us panelists and moderators? As I call onto the stage the distinguished panel of experts, I would request all of you to join us in welcoming them with a loud round of applause. Shri Dheeraj Srivastav, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power. Shri Prasad Phadke, Strategy Head, Tata Motors. Shri Ashbir Singh, Director, iBoard Mobility. Can we have a round of applause, guys? Shri Achint Kaul, Vice President, Mobility Transformation and Strategy, Safe Express. And lastly, Shri Pramod Sharma, COO, HEV Business, Sun Mobility.
Thank you, Shrey. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the session on operational insights and business models. It's wonderful to see a diverse set of stakeholders gathered here in advancing e-trucking in India. While a lot has already been said, but just since I have the moral responsibility of setting some context, I would like to take you quickly through some numbers and some background on how the Indian freight sector has kind of evolved. We're currently at an inflection point. While trucks only constitute 2% of on-road vehicles, they contribute 40%, and I'm sure we've been hearing this since morning. But if India is to reach net zero by 2070, the various studies and partners out here have put out evidence that we need to have 80% of the trucks being electric. So this makes operational viability and business innovation at the center of the conversation. And over the years, eFast India platform has had meaningful progress. We just heard Kaustubh taking us through the journey of how from a four-partner platform we've evolved to, all of you in the room today. And it has been a very overwhelming journey for myself as well to have been associated with eFast since the beginning or its inception. So at the Clean Energy Ministerial, we heard the eFast platform signal a demand of 7,750 trucks by 2030 by 16 leading companies. And alongside a financing task force has also been set up with risk sharing and blended finance instruments in design with SIDBI. But importantly, several pilots are already giving us a glimpse of how electric, medium, and heavy-duty trucks can work in practice. We're seeing deployment across various different operating environments, and I would like you to walk you through a couple of them. Adani Group with BYD announced 400 trucks and has, for port operations across Mundra and Hazira. Amazon, in partnership with Volvo Eicher, has begun deploying urban delivery operations in Delhi NCR. Dalmia Trucks, here, Tata Steel and JK Lakshmi Cement are using electric trucks to move their materials. Hindustan Zinc has deployed several of them. So, IPLT, 55-tonner, we've heard numerous pilots making the way. But what these examples tell us that the transition is no longer theoretical. Whether it's ports, whether it's mining, cement, metals, logistics corridors, pilots are already underway. And each pilot is generating critical operational insights on duty cycles, payload optimization, charging downtime, financing risk, route flexibility, and it varies from case to case. And that must inform the business models that we design. And that is why today's discussion is so important. We are privileged to have on this panel a policymaker's perspective from Ministry of Power, an OEM lens from Tata Motors, the logistics service provider's voice through Safe Express, a technology and business innovation view from Sun Mobility, and the market entrant perspective from iBoard Mobility. This diversity is deliberate because solutions for freight electrification must be co-created across the ecosystem. Through this session, we will explore two layers: the user layer, who are we solving for and what are the operational realities, and the ecosystem layer, what systemic shifts and collaborations and new actors are needed to accelerate the adoption. So allow me to welcome on the esteemed panelists for today, Mr. D.K. Srivastav, sir, a senior officer of the CPES, is presently serving as Chief Engineer in the Ministry of Power, Government of India. And over his career, he has played a pivotal role in strengthening the Indian power system and advancing the energy transition. He was instrumental in development of grid connectivity regulations for renewables, formulation of safety and operational regulations for thermal power plants, and implementation of grid resilience measures. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Prasad Phadke is currently leading the strategy and collaborative activities at the Tata Motor Commercial Vehicles business. And during his tenure of 22 years, he has transitioned across diverse roles and multiple functions. Welcome you, sir. Mr. Achan Kaul, who's currently heading the EV mobility strategy for Safe Express. He's worked in various companies like Delivery, Tata Motors, and I think Safe Express believes in convincing and converting existing vendors to EV and build an ecosystem from bottom top. I think that is something that I and Sudhamini really liked while we were reading through Safe Express. I also welcome Professor Ashbir Singh, who brings a wealth of expertise backed by impressive career in academia and industry, formerly the chairman of the Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad, and a distinguished professor at IIT Roorkee. Well, we welcome you, sir. Lastly, Mr. Pramod Sharma, who is the CEO HEV at Sun Mobility. He's a seasoned business player, leader with cross-vertical experience in the oil sector, as well as in-depth knowledge of the field of IT and EV sector. I look forward to a rich discussion with our distinguished panel on what will it take to move from pilots to scale, and importantly, one collective call to action we should all carry forward to ensure that India stays on the course of a zero-emission freight future. With that, I will now hand it over to my co-moderator, Sodhamini. Over to you.
Thank you, Preeti, for the insightful introduction and also for setting the stage so well. I now turn to our esteemed panelists. I'd like to begin with Mr. Srivastav. Madhav, in his initial remarks, spoke of bringing power to the corridors. And in order to bring power to the corridors and to have the ambition of 30 to 40% penetration of zero-emission trucks by 2030, what are the strategies that need to be deployed to cater to this increasing demand, specifically on our corridors and highways?
Yeah, thank you. So you have raised two questions. One is about how the power will be available to the trucks, yes, or the freight buses, and what will be the penetration level, 30-40% with the target of that. Is it 2 points?
Yes, sir.
In regard to the first, like charging availability of the power to the chargers, we can you can be assured that there will be no dearth of the power. We have enough capacity and we have planned also with that. Every state is having the resource adequacy plan also. So they have accounted for the EV demand also. So power will be there. Only thing is that we have to coordinate with the state discoms. We have to tell them in the advance that we are going to have this kind of route and this the power will be made available to them. So this will be a large power. So definitely you need to tell about them in much advance so that discom can do the planning. In regard to increasing the penetration of this freight, trucks and other commercial vehicles, we have a large support ecosystem required. Number one is that, okay, the charging guideline as told in the morning first session is available. And even the battery swapping guidelines are also there. We can think of this thing also. Battery swapping will be very good for the buses because then we need not to have carry entire battery pack to the vehicle. So if you are having the battery swapping facility, then charging requirement will be different, and the integrated facility, but charging requirement will be different. To improve the number of buses, we have to think of a large decarbonization plan of the transport sector. If you see that we, as a Ministry of Power, we have two policy support in that. First is that through introducing the energy efficiency norms, how to have the per liter kilometer traveled by any vehicle. So for the passenger cars, it is popularly known as CAFE norms. For the freight, trucks and heavy duty vehicles, we are directly going for the liter consumption. So there was 2 cycles, and that is now next cycle is coming, and we are discussing with the stakeholders to reduce the consumption. And how the electric will be introduced, we are now going with the new concept of introducing CAFE in that. If we can add the CAFE concept to the heavy duty also, that will be difficult. So we are discussing with the SIAM. If that is done, then number of vehicles, e-vehicles in the freight will also improve. That is the 2 things.
Thank you. Sir, I have a follow-up questions just because you very pertinently brought in discoms. As these business models emerge, is there any revenue generating opportunity even for these discoms? As you know, the EV ZET penetration increases, especially in the context of the 2,000 crore base scheme that has been established as part of PME Drive. Just wanted your thoughts on that.
Discoms are there to help you, and they will be running with the regulatory requirement. They are running in the regulatory requirement. So all the benefits are trued up to the regulator, and as such, and they have to be a profit-running business, but it should not be at the cost of customer paying heavy. So everything is checked by regulator.
Thank you. Moving from the ministry's perspective to the OEM perspective, Mr. Prasad, my question is to you. Something that Madhav said, which is a catchism that any communications person will now use from now on, of moving from convening to contracting. As an established OEM, from the initial pilots that have been deployed, both experiential and operationally, what are the key insights the data has revealed from your pilots, and how are these shaping your roadmap for scaling zero-emission trucking deployment?
Yeah, thank you, Sudhamini, and thank you for having me here. I think I'm speaking on behalf of OEMs, so I'm sure there are many OEMs here who will sort of resonate and share that. I must say, at the outset, OEMs do recognize their role, because all that we have talked about is an electric vehicle, and the producer of the vehicle is an OEM, right? So I think as a commercial vehicle manufacturer, I think all of us do recognize that responsibility. And I won't compare between a passenger vehicle industry or a two-wheeler industry versus a commercial vehicle industry, but the fact remains that it is a very complex industry with large ecosystem players. Right from dealers, fleet operators, drivers, the shippers, right, the end customer who is going to get that parcel at the home or at the factory. The vehicles run so much that they need servicing, the spare parts, finance. I mean, one of the biggest levers I think in the industry. So given all these stakeholders, I think OEMs do recognize that we need to play a pivotal role. And I think we have been, I must say, privileged to have government in terms of, Niti Aayog, MHI, MORTH, Ministry of Power, MOEFC, all those sort of joining hands, giving us the right signals in terms of policy continuity, in terms of new policies, maybe taking clues even from developed world, and also at times, taking our inputs. I think to summarize, we do recognize the role, and what we are doing is, see, for us, customer becomes the pivotal point, because if customer is doing well, eventually it's the whole ecosystem that will do well. So we work very closely with the customer, and although I think many speakers spoke about the use cases, many customers who are coming forward, what we have realized is, even for a given use case, for a given sort of customer, different locations play a kind of vital role. Different seasonality factors, different factors related to the inbound, outbound aspects, they play a huge role. So I think pilots become crucial, and I know a lot of pilots have been spoken about, which actually will bring a lot of learning for the entire sort of ecosystem. I won't even say auto industry or a component industry or customers. I think so the pilots play vital role, whether it is one-on-one pilot between customer, OEM, or it's a larger consortium. Second thing I think we realize is the product has to be very well defined. When I mean product, it is the EV product, because we don't have liberty to have specifications which are just sitting there, not adding any value to the customer. So how optimized the product is, and how we are able to serve diverse requirements of different customers, yet maintain or being able to manage the complexity for the supply chain that Mr. Dr. Qureshi spoke about, right? So I think we do recognize that. We are not there yet. I can't claim at all. But I think that's the journey that we are in, that how do we aggregate the requirements from different customers, different segments, yet make a product which is modular enough, simpler enough to understand, so that our supply chain can be developed. So I think that's the second learning that we are going through. And the third learning is more about for the industry, and again, OEMs probably will realize, it's not EV product selling. It's an ecosystem solution selling, right? So we need to integrate a good financing scheme. We need to integrate, maybe bring a service provider or a fleet operator for a customer who wants an EV fleet, or vice versa. Work with some of the partners so that we are able to create this whole ecosystem work. I think those are the 2-3 learnings that we have got so far. And yeah, the learning continues. Yeah.
Thank you, Prasad. I think the mention of the strategic lever, and I think what you said about not selling a product, but convening that ecosystem and selling that ecosystem solution is so critical. Dr. Ashbir, as a new entrant to the ecosystem and market, I imagine that your experience has been very different from a Tata's experience as a legacy OEM. So my question to you is that as a new manufacturer and the move from manufacturing to the market, the initial pilots that you have done, what are the sort of key insights that the data has revealed from your pilots? If you could speak to more specifically the challenges around suboptimal asset utilization, or even any restrictions around route flexibility because of the zero-emission truck that you're deploying, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts about my organization. Though I am a professor, but I am a man of very least words. I do speak very less because I don't know how to speak. As far as, new product is concerned, you rightly said that we were not in truck business or we were not in car or automobile manufacturing. We are a railway company. But around 3 years back, when we decided to go into it, my first intention was that whatever product we will go with into the market, we will make sure that the product should not give any trouble to the customer. Reliability into the product, repeatability into the product, and because that has remained my field in industry and the academia, so till now, because we started from tipper, our first interest was into tipping this thing in mining area, because we were aware that charging infrastructure is not available. So first we should attack tipper. And I think everybody will agree with me that we are the first tipper manufacturing company in India, and we have already supplied our product. What you are talking about, proto and pilot, I personally feel that we should not give any feedback or we should not go into the market until unless we check our product that in spite of running for so long, problem is not given by the product at all. I am very happy to share about my product that after running for 80,000 kilometers, my product has not given even a single trouble till now. And now I am trying to penetrate into the transportation. Very big company nearby Delhi, we are already in trial. Almost 3 months have passed. And yesterday also I was having meeting with their logistic heads and all those people. Hopefully within a month, we will enter into that also. So I can say about that your product should be such that 2030 or 2027, it hardly matters. When product will be such, it will create and make its market on its own.
Thank you. Hearty congratulations on the development. I feel like even though the deployment paths for traditional OEMs and new entrants in the market might be different, but the underlying mandate of being consumer-centric and keeping the end consumer's needs at heart is something that even Dr. Sinha has been signaling through a lot of the mandates that are coming out from Niti Aayog. So that definitely is very heartening. Moving from the OEM perspective, Achint, to you, and from the logistics service provider perspective, risk mitigation is really crucial for ensuring operational continuity and to build scale. So my question to you is, in terms of contracting structures, what does effective risk mitigation really look like to you? And what do you see as almost a minimum operational holdout or commitment that you need to be able to make a business model viable?
Thank you. So there are two parameters to risk. One is from the OEM side and one is from the LSP side, which is us. So to make this viable, we need a support from the OEM is for a sustained period of time, the warranty of the asset should be there. As both the OEMs said that they are developing a product which is technologically so strong that it will last for at least 5 years. So what we can do from our side is give a contract for 5 years and give a minimum running commitment of at least 400 to 500 kilometers a day. Because if this is not the duration or kilometers the truck runs, at least not in our logistics industry, it does not become at par with the diesel costing. And we as a businessman cannot think to increase our cost to run EVs. So the cost needs to remain the same. So that is one risk which we are seeing, that will the product last 7 lakh, 8 lakh kilometers after 4 or 5 years of running. So for that we are taking, we have been discussing battery as a service with a lot of people. We have been discussing long-term warranties, and we are ready to give back-end contracts for up to 5 years to run the vehicles on selected OD pairs. Presently, we are targeting 200-kilometer routes, specifically from north. None of the routes are in the strategic corridors, but we are targeting Gurgaon, Agra, which would start. We are also targeting Ambala, Jalandhar. We have already done our pilots from Gurgaon to Jaipur. The chargers available right now are 60 kilowatts or so. So we are targeting 120 kilowatt chargers to be set up, and then we'll move forward. That's the risk. Second risk, what I see, which a lot of people have spoken about, are the finances. So what presently is happening, people who have come up with a complete electric vehicle supplier kind of a product, those are funded and those are more well versed with the product, so they are ready to deploy, but the existing transporters are hesitant to move. So what we are trying to do at SafeX is we are trying to convert those who have been working with us for last 10-15 years to electric, and that generation, the next generation of the transporters which are there, they are keen to do that. So that is where our target set is. Thirdly, most importantly, we are an express logistics company, so we cannot be late. So if the product performs and if it is at par, because a factor which determines whether the vehicle will reach on time or not is the driver. And we have been hearing and have seen in our trials also that driver fatigue is far lesser in an electric vehicle compared to a diesel vehicle. So if that can add up to the distance or the efficiency, that will actually compensate for the time which we will be spending on charging of the vehicle. So that is where our focus is. Also in non-express segments where we do not have a mandate of running vehicles for 600, 700 kilometers, but vehicles run between 350 to 400 kilometers. It is very easy to charge a vehicle with 1.5 to 2 hours gap, and vehicle can easily do 400, 500 kilometers. So even in sectors which are not the prime focus today, primarily steel, cement, coal or ports, even in open market, if the charging network is available and the vehicles are well priced, the adoption would be much faster than what it is today. So that's my bet on it. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very heartening to hear that how the hard-to-abate sectors are actually where the most deployment will make sense. But also, I hope the OEMs have heard the request for sustained warranty on this panel. The next question I have is for someone who's so seasoned that they probably can talk about anything on this panel, is Mr. Pramod Sharma. While swapping clearly addresses downtime and upfront cost barriers, and it sort of scales, it talks about scaling it for a larger vehicle like truck. The question we have is around interoperability, standardization, and infrastructure financing. From your vantage point, what does it take for swapping to move beyond pilots and become a mainstream business model, specifically in the freight segment?
Thank you, Sodamani. And before I answer your question, let me thank Sudhindra Sinha sir and Mr. Aneeb Qureshi sir, who is gone today. So this announcement of, treating swap station at par for 2,000 crore subsidy is a big thing for us. I wanted to rush and work on my business plan to help a friend like Saurabh or how I can pass on this. And also thank to you, sir, for first putting up the swap station at par with EVCI. So things are moving. Government is very serious about it. And also thanks to you, Sodamani, for accepting that it is making a viable business model. So coming to a very specific question, I think on the standardization front, already a lot of standardization has happened in terms of safety part. So the swappable trucks or vehicles or stations, they are at par on the standardization front so far as safety is concerned. We meet all government guidelines in terms of safety, highest safety standard, and one can keep on making them more stringent. We are happy with that. Coming to the ecosystem, I'll give a little bit of background in terms of, heavy-duty vehicles. We are working with today around 30 OEMs and 8 of them very, very closely, which we'll be announcing in next 6 months' time. And if you look at the bus, there are 12 positions where battery is placed in Indian OEM buses. If you look at truck, there are 10 positions where batteries are placed. Now, can we standardize that ecosystem first? I think it is very difficult to start with. I mean, one can do sometime maybe, I don't know. But we have standardized ourselves. Our battery and the swap station works for all these combination of 12 types of buses or 10 types of trucks or maybe more. So we have a solution which we have developed which is interoperable. So it depends on how do you define interoperability. I'll answer both sides which you may have in mind. So far as interoperability is there, the solution is interoperable across the trucks and buses from 3 ton to 55 tons. So any vehicle which is there in this category, the same battery works, same swap station works, same robotic arm works, is interoperable. Yes, because there are 2 voltage work in this country, 350 and 650 volt. For the lighter side, it is 350 volt, and on the higher side, it is 60 volt. So I have 2 types of batteries to meet that requirement. So interoperability, from our perspective, it works. If my battery is working across the OEMs, across the vehicle segment, it is working. I think second side of interoperability which you are talking is, can a battery of one OEM can go into battery of second OEM? There are challenges which needs to be first answered before we probably look into that. Worldwide, it is only the safety standards which are kind of standardized. On interoperability, I think it'll take time. I'm not saying it will not happen, it'll take time. Because important thing is, today we do not know which chemistry will work, finally. We are working with NMC, we are working with LFP, we are going to test LFMP and, and many more. Then Aluminum Air, our joint venture partner, Indian Oil, is having aluminum air with them. So important thing is which chemistry work, because every chemistry is requiring different kind of thermal management system. So can we handle that in one battery system or one ecosystem? I think those needs to be answered to start with. So again, going back to standardization, what we believe in will work or is already working is, can I have safety standard across the ecosystem? Yes. Can I have responsible disposal norms for the battery which we are using in the system? Yes, we can do. And can I help decarbonizing the sector? Yes, we can do. And second question was about financing. We have seen our customers are not finding problem of the financing. Primary problem of the financing is coming when financer has to look at the battery as a part of the vehicle. We are detaching the battery is on our books. So he's not having problem in getting finances. We have some customer we already signed, and they are getting financed at par, at competitive rate, just like IC vehicles. So because financer does not have to worry about the battery obsolescence, performance, lives. So that's on our book, so that's taken care of. And so far my infrastructure financing is there. That in any case at company level we have taken care of. We have investor like Indian Oil, which is a public sector giant. They have taken a decision to invest. So infrastructure which we are providing or developing, financing, we don't see much problem on that front. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for covering all the pillars of interoperability, safety standardization, and infrastructure financing. Our next question is a common question to all our panelists, which is that in your view, what is the one call to action to the mobility and zero-emission trucking ecosystem that you'd like to give, which is a sort of action point for us to move forward and work on together? So if we could start with Mr. Srivastav.
My first action point will be that OEMs has to come out with the better product and improve the scale so that cost is coming down and the transporters are able to take it. Because in India, the transporters are not of very big size. So they are having 2-3 trucks or more than that, as per my understanding. So OEMs has to come forward.
Achint, if you could go next.
See, we would need help on the tolls. If you could do something on the tolls for electric vehicles, the adoption would be much faster. And one small request again, that toll is one part of the game. The second thing where we need support is that the pricing of the vehicles is 4 times the diesel vehicle. So the burden to get the vehicle, loan free, finance free, takes approximately 6 to 7 years. And that is not the warranty which the OEM is giving as on date. It's not more than 3 to 5 years. So these two parameters, if we can look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma, if you could share.
I think ecosystem is ready now. We have to deliver. That's what I believe.
But
And
what is the one thing that we should move forward in? Like you've already said that you're going to go make your business plan. So what is the one thing that we should start work on today?
I think the recognition has taken place, and also if the demand side incentive can be included for the battery swapping vehicles, it'll be of great help, sir.
Great.
That's the only thing we require for time being.
Mr. Prasad, if you could go next.
Yeah, I think several call for action on us, so I'll take that first of all. I said we do recognize. I think one thing if we can do collectively as an industry or ecosystem are look at those applications where we all will have it win, 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 win. I mean, you can add all wins, win for customer, win for OEM. So the short hauls, the captive applications, maybe municipal applications, all are ripe for electrification, whichever way you see, fixed battery, swappable, I mean, doesn't matter. I think so, I would say that if we keep focusing on those, so OEMs work on those products, customers look at those applications, government continues to help us in those applications. I think if everybody starts focusing on those sweet spots, I think that will help us move forward together.
Professor Ashby, the final word to you.
I personally feel that because somebody said from the group that running of the vehicle is very, very important. So in case for electrical vehicle, this no entry concept, if it is demolished, I mean electrical vehicle can move in any way of the city at any point of time. I think we will be able to save the time, and then viability of the product will also improve.
Point well taken. I will now hand over to Preeti to sum up the conversation that we've been having from the last half an hour. Can we sum up and then
So thank you, Sadamini, and the esteemed panels. I think one major call to action that I hear is the toll waiver that I think has been a critical intervention as one of the 30 interventions in the Bharat Z policy roadmap as well that was launched last year by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor and Niti Aayog. And also to Ashbir sir's point on the entry-exit being kind of barrier-free for electrics. I think both the interventions have been accounted for in the 30 interventions, which are very critical in terms of advancing, Z in India. To just sum up on, from the policymakers' lens on the Ministry of Power, Mr. Srivastav spoke that we have enough capacity in terms of electricity and the decarbonization plans are in place. But in terms of accelerating the Z, we would need the CAFE norms also to be implemented in a fast-track manner. We heard from Mr. Phadke on 3 learnings that pilots play a pivotal role, and the product has to be defined with proper ecosystem solutions being in place. Ajint, to your point on, building a risk mitigation, the warranty of assets have to be in place. Since you have, as a logistics service provider, you have to deliver things on time. Battery as a service is something that can be looked at, you're looking at, in terms of with long-term warranties on selected OD pairs, and Ambala Jalandhar being one of the OD pair, and you've done several trials on the Delhi-Jaipur highway as well, and the next panelist on Ashbir Singh, he shared that we should not go or try to enter the market when we do not have a well-defined product, and that's absolutely something that I would also kind of agree by, because a lot of times I have typically seen pilots as something that, the product is still in a testing phase, and we are always in a rush to test it on selected OD pairs where we would not get the desired results that we are planning, or we would want to, with the whole purpose of running the pilot, if those characteristics or the operational insights don't come out, then it's practically a miss game in the whole ambit of things. Pramod Sharma sir, he's always been encouraging very, very encouraging, and as a fast mover in the battery swapping space. And while he mentioned that they're ready for all the vehicle segments that are currently present in the ecosystem, he also mentioned that interoperability is something that is present for all their vehicle types, and working on various chemistries and as experimental as aluminum air with their partners. So I think all in all, a very good discussion that we've had. And in terms of call to actions, I think, Sadamini, we're charged up with all the one-liners that are coming from all the actors in the quadruple helix of, the policymaker, the industry player, the logistics service provider. And with pilots already happening or taking place since the last 1 year, I think there have been enough operational insights. I do remember a few months back when the climate group kind of launched their report on summarizing various pilot findings, and it definitely echoes the voice that we really heard in the panel as well, on with every use case giving us different kind of insights, and also every type of payload or the tonnage capacity of vehicle also shedding light on what needs to be done better and effective in the coming days, and making the product more efficient. So with that, I think I will hand it back over to Shri. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Giri Sikri. I have two questions or maybe three, if you allow me to ask. The battery swapping. This battery swapping will be classified as a services or as a product. This is my one point. Second point is the cost of charging. One nation, one tariff will be there, or there will be a domestic tariff, commercial tariff, or industrial tariff, or special rate for the electric vehicle charging. And my third point is the battery OEM. Will there be any standards to be formulated for the capacity standard, so that the uniform standard of the battery will be there? Because the battery swapping means a full battery, I'm giving you another battery, replacing the battery, you can say. So there will be a uniform standard of the battery, size and capacity, everything. Thanks. Thank you.
I think with the battery swapping, I'll let Pramod sir answer the question, and for the one nation, one tariff, I'll probably request Srivastav sir to answer.
Sir, as a solution, it's a BaaS model, it's a service model, which we are providing. And coming to your question of standardization, I'll take a two-wheeler solution for understanding simplicity, because we have already experienced that. We have around 15 OEMs with us in 2 and 3-wheeler segment. Now, all these OEMs have different use cases for their end customers. You have OEM with a low speed two-wheeler. You have a high-performing, high-speed two-wheeler. You have a e-rickshaw. You have a loader. You have a three-wheeler passenger auto. Now, their all requirements are different. Now, the low-end guys, I mean, so the requirement of battery in this country is, from the user perspective, is from 500 watt to 8 kilowatt. How do you put in this energy into one battery size? That's the question. And so you are basically limiting choices for the end consumer when you're trying to put all these size into one size, you know. So I can give maybe 2 kilowatt of battery max, 3 kilowatt in a particular dimension. I can never give 8 kilowatt where the young generation is there, which is, you know, when you, right now we are talking only scooters, which is only 35% of the market. 65% market in this country is motorcycle. You require much higher power, much different batteries. So that is one part. And similarly, in the truck and bus segment is there. I can't have a very high capacity battery for again 5-tonner truck. You know, so those are challenges. Thermal management. I mean, when you do this standardization of batteries, second part is interoperability, which you're talking. Giving an example, we have a system whereby we expect, you know, when you're using the battery, it is coming at 45-degree kind of temperature after use, right? And when you're charging, again, it goes up. Even you reduce the temperature, when you're charging, the temperature goes up again. Now, you have in this system, I mean, in 2 and 3-wheeler per se, I'll say, because HEV segment is relatively new in this country, but 2 and 3-wheeler, you have 25 players working in battery swapping in the country. So they all have their own technologies. They all have invested as part of whatever customer segment they are attracting. So if e-rickshaw is a customer, is a different customer segment. If it is a e-passenger Bajaj Auto, is a different customer segment which you are attracting. Now, when you go, so similarly, a swap station where battery is charged, I'll give one simple example. When we are charging our battery in our technology, we do fast charge. What we do is we cool down the battery from 45 to 26 degrees Celsius, do a fast charge, and again cool it, and then deliver it to customer. Now, if you have somebody whose customer requirement is not so stringent, e-rickshaw, I mean, normally they give at 30 degree, 35 degree, whatever is happening in the market. So those batteries, if they're coming in my swap station or my battery is going to their swap station, that is where these differences start coming in. That's what we are trying to say. We are not saying that battery size, customer choices are getting limited actually when you're trying to fix the battery size. Yeah.
Just allow me to say, every battery has a life. Okay.
Yeah.
New battery has old battery, or after 5 years the battery life is there. Okay. And second point, the commercial vehicle battery, the same battery swapping will be same for the 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, or will have a different concept?
In a battery swapping, customer is not paying the battery for the battery. Yes. It's on book of the battery service provider. Yes. The battery service provider. Yes. So whether the battery is 60% charge, 50% charge, life is 2-year-old, 5-year-old, for the customer angle, it doesn't matter. I'm taking care you're running in one go is 60 kilometers, let's say. I make sure you run your vehicle for 60 kilometers non-stop. That's what the technology is all about. So everything is on my books. You don't have to worry about how the battery is performing, degrading, not degrading. If accident happens, it's not the OEM who is responsible. In our case, we are responsible if accident happens because of battery. So all those are the part of the ecosystem which we have developed, and all players are following the same ecosystem.
I think we'll move to the other question that the gentleman had on one nation, one tariff to Mr. Srivastava, and with that we can.
Yeah, one nation, one tariff in regard to, if you see the federal structure of the country, the power comes under the concurrent list. So state is one entity and union is also one entity. Particularly distribution is given to state. So it's a separate state as different has different tariff. Based on their regulators decide the tariff. What are the losses, what are the customers, what are the industrial tariff, what are the cost subsidy and everything. Accounting for all, the tariff is normally decided for different category of customers in a particular state. Insofar as the EV segment, Ministry of Power has given a very clear guideline. And you will be happy to note that we have not given any industrial tariff. We have suggested the states to adopt average cost of supply, ACOS, we say it is. So what will be the average cost of supply? The charge will be given to the customer. So it is up to the charge point operator, because they are owning the land, they are owning the capex of the charging station, particularly the trucks. The charging station will be heavily sized. It will be around 240 kilowatt, not less than at least 120 kilowatt. So that kind of charging station, the charge point operator will also try to recover that part also. So, and the third point is that it will be a single part tariff. Normally, all the customers are given two-part tariff. One, they have to pay the fixed charge, then we have to. But in case of EV, we have suggested to go for a single part tariff. So three benefits they are giving.
Yeah, we can take one more question. So at the back.
I'm Ravindra Mohammed Charles Zone. I just want to, as a corollary to Mr. Srivastava, see, you have recommended, it is a concurrent list, state subject. But how are you ensuring that demand of fixed charges are not being charged by states? See, we are ready to pay. I am a CPO, so I am very specific questions. What is it that central government can do to remove the fixed demand charges? This is more true for the heavy vehicles, where you have to go for 1 megawatt or 500 kVA and all. For 60 kilowatt car and all, it was not that much, because everywhere you were able to adjust in the LT power all the states. Is there anything happening where Power Ministry can push states, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, where EV adoption is most? Tamil Nadu increased 305 rupees per kVA. Can we survive as CPO? Question to you, is it anything happening in government on those lines to do it? And
That problem we are aware of that, and because, you know, I have already told, we have to persuade the states, because states are basically governed by Electricity Regulatory Commission of that state also. So whatever the charges they are fixing, that is, they are not on their own wishes. They have to go to the regulator and tell them that these are the segment. But definitely the guidelines of the ministry, we are asking them to go and facilitate the charge point operator. We have very intense discussion with the charge point operators and as well as the discoms also. Many times we are having the joint meetings also. Definitely the problem is there, I know.
And this is what will stop. This will actually stop halfway. पूरी बारात चल रही है, रुक जाएगी अगर इसमें जल्दी कुछ नहीं किया गया तो.
I'm not able to hear.
See, if we are not able to do something fast on this, then what all other stakeholders are doing may come to naught, because it is very heavy charges have been imposed both by Maharashtra, and these are the two where EVs are most popular in car segment.
You see, the small passenger cars, okay, 140 kilowatt, we have asked them to remove the demand charges. But in case of 120 and 240, more than that, have been putting the 500 kilowatt also. Naturally, their state discom has to build the infra. So either normal customer will be charged or that, but anywhere the business and money has to be arranged. So already you know the discoms are in the financial not so good position. So naturally this kind of infra development, we require the support of both and have the patience with the discoms also.
And just to add, sir, I think Telangana is one of the states where they have waived off the LT charges. I think we can look at that as an example when we are talking about states. And
many states are coming, okay.
Yeah, many.
And Tamil Nadu is also very fast forward. Yeah, Maharashtra, there may be at some circles, there may be some issues. But in that we are already discussing with the discoms and trying to resolve whatever the possible with them.
Thank you. I am not sure that if time will permit, but definitely discussions will be on during the lunch and the rest of the day. And been getting constant reminders to close this session. So yeah, over to you, Shri.
Thanks, Preeti. Thanks to all the panelists for a super insightful session. We would now like to hand over a token of appreciation and like the moderators to do the same for all our panelists. And we'll proceed with the photo op immediately after. Yeah. So right after this, we will have a photo op with all the knowledge partners. We have 24 knowledge partners who are present here. And as soon as that is done, we would then proceed for lunch. Lunch will be on till 2:15 p.m., 2 p.m. And immediately after we start the next sessions, please keep in mind that in the second half of the day, we have an award ceremony for most esteemed guests and the ones that have really performed well in the first journey. So would request all of you to be present during that time. You're Yeah. And Kaustubh would be presenting over the token of appreciation to both our moderators. Could we have one photo op with the entire panel? Requesting our knowledge partners to please be present. Right after this, we will be having a photo op with each of them. Could we have another loud round of applause for the entire panel? All right, now as I speak out the name for the knowledge partner, I would request the representatives to be present here at the stage for a photo op. Center of Excellence for Zero Emission Trucking, COEZ, Department of Engineering Design, IIT Madras, Smart Freight Center, Climate Group, the Energy and Resources Institute, CalStart plus Drive to Zero, Sustain Bhumi Renewable and EV Consultancy, RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute, Institute of Transportation Studies, University of California, Davis, TCI IIMB, Supply Chain Sustainability Lab, Shakti Sustainability Energy Foundation, GIZ, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Natural Resources Defense Council, C40 Cities, Environmental Resources Foundation, Council for Energy, Environment and Water, Switch On Foundation, Climate Policy Initiative, AITWA, iForest, World Resources Institute India, Vasudha Foundation, Electric Mobility Financiers Association of India.
Once again, we understand we are standing between lunch and y'all, but requesting all knowledge partners, everyone who's contributing to eFast, if you can please come up to the stage. We want to do a quick photo op with all our knowledge partners so that we can show our strength to the entire community.
had a great lunch. And as we had a wonderful start to the day this morning, where we've heard from esteemed panelists on wonderful insights about the zero-emission trucks and how are we looking at business models and operational insights. Now we're moving on to much more critical discussions. The next, I think, firstly, I would like to call Manojna Polisetti and Wasim Mir from WRI India to discuss and deliberate more on the FIZIT tool, which has been launched earlier this morning. The FIZIT tool is a financial impact assessment for zero-emission truck, which is FIZET. And the tool assesses financial implication for truck owners to transition to battery electric trucks. I would now like to invite Manojna and Wasim to come on the stage, please. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon all. Today morning we had the opportunity for the opening plen today to launch the financial impact assessment for zero-emission truck tool. Before we dive into the serious business of zero-emission trucks, let me warm us up with a few questions. Why do you think the e-truck was nervous to go to the doctor? Any guesses? It was because it was afraid to hear him say it requires a battery replacement. Why was e-truck so regular to the gym? Because it was keen to trim its capital costs. One last. Why did the e-truck break up with the diesel truck? Because it was toxic. Now, jokes aside, these punchlines really capture the real-world challenges we hear about all the time and still the need to transition for better environmental and health impacts. That's exactly why we developed the FIZIT tool. It's designed to capture the nuances and provide a clear picture of the financial viability of adopting an electric truck for truck owners and fleet operators considering a transition. FIZIT enables detailed analysis of capital operating costs and revenue while offering insights into earnings and long-term financial and commercial viability. With that, let me hand it over to my colleague Wasim Mir, who will walk us through the tool.
Thank you, Manojna. I'll jump right in. Video. Sama, could you please turn on the video? Not this one, the video that okay. Is it playing? Yeah, you can start. You can find the FIZIT tool on WRI India website. Here you will get two files. The first file is the technical note, which contains the methodology, the assumptions, and the instructions to use the tool. And the second file is the macro-enabled Excel tool. Once you download this tool, after opening it, it will take you to the user guide sheet. On the user guide sheet, you will get the brief introduction about the tool. Now, in order to go to the dashboard of the tool, you need to scroll down and click on the Start button. Once you click on the Start button, it will take you to the user guide and user inputs and outputs dashboard sheet. Here you have two segments. One is the user inputs, which is on the left side, and then on the right side, you have output dashboard. User inputs contains capital inputs and operating parameters, and the user outputs contains outputs like payback period, total cost of ownership, etc. And this is dynamic. This will change in real time as you change the user inputs. You can clear the presets. We have already created a 55-tonner use case for your ease. You can modify it or create your own scenario to model different scenarios. Now, if you want to go into more granular details, then you have to click on the secondary inputs button, which will allow you to enter more granular details like the battery-related inputs, moratorium period, etc. And if you want to model different policy scenarios, then you can click on policy inputs button, policy levers button. Here you can model different policy scenarios and see how the outputs change. Yeah. So we invite you to explore the tool, test the different scenarios, and share your feedback with us. With that, I'll hand it back to Manojra. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasim. To close, I want to bring us back to the bigger picture. The Pfizer tool is a way to build confidence in the transition to electric trucks. It shows us what's possible today and what levers can accelerate adoption in the near future. We warmly invite you all to explore the tool, test different scenarios, and share your feedback with us. It will help us refine the tool. We are also planned to keep updating the tool as the landscape evolves, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Manojna and Wasim. You all have a QR code on your tables to scan the tool and download the tool for your working. Now, next up, we have a short video by Smart Freight Center, which is basically looking at reducing freight emissions, which is, they say that it starts with accounting. Hearing from industry leaders like TCI, Mahindra Logistics, and CJ Darcel, they share their experiences with emissions accounting and how these can pave way for zero-emission trucking in India and abroad. Let's watch the video together.
Tracking emissions is the first step in the journey towards zero-emission freight. To decarbonize logistics, one must understand where emissions come from. Emissions accounting enable businesses to measure, report, and take necessary actions to reduce emissions. At Smart Freight Center, we enable consistent emissions tracking via GLEC framework.
We're playing it again. Please bear with us for a minute. I think some technical glitch over there.
Tracking emissions is the first step in the journey towards zero-emission freight. To decarbonize logistics, one must understand where emissions come from. Emissions accounting enable businesses to measure, report, and take necessary actions to reduce emissions. At Smart Freight Center, we enable consistent emissions tracking via GLEC framework, because what gets measured gets managed, and what gets managed can be decarbonized.
For us at TCL, emissions accounting has become a strategic compass. It helps us to identify hotspots, evaluate transport choices for our customers, and most importantly, align with our customers' sustainability goals, which is the most important aspect as far as reduction of GHG is concerned. And zero emission trucking is one of the major or the best ways to approach in the reduction of emissions.
We believe that whatever gets measured gets tracked, right? And that's where today I think I can proudly say that entire CJ Darcel Logistics emissions are mapped. We know, if you would ask me for the last 3 years, year on year, what were our emissions, we could provide it to you, right? To the extent that we've started giving invoices to all our clients when they get that this particular movement had generated this much of emission, so that they are also made aware that what is their contribution to it.
At Mahindra Logistics, we designed shipment level emission analytics platform using GLEC framework. The methodology, accredited by Global Logistics Emission Council, help us and other LSPs, transporters, shippers to report much more accurately shipment level emission intensity from road, rail, air, ocean, and logistic hubs, using activity-based formula from well to well and taking payload capacity into consideration.
In the race to zero emissions, data is our compass, not just our map.
Whatever
Whatever gets measured gets managed, and whatever gets managed gets transformed.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot, the Smart Trade Center team, for this. And I think this is what shows that everyone is working towards a single vision and trying to, by piecemeal basis, trying to make this vision a reality. So a big round of applause for that. Our next session particularly exciting as it focuses on future pathways for enabling transition to ZETs in India through discussion of smart corridors and technologies for zero-emission trucks. This session will bring together a diverse set of stakeholders from government, charge point operators, discoms, and logistics service providers to discuss challenges, opportunities, and innovations in enabling smart corridors for zero-emission freight. To guide us through this engaging discussion, I'm delighted to introduce the session host and moderator, Mr. Abhishek Murli, Associate at RMI, and Shri Shirish Mohindru, Transport and Infrastructure Advisor, GIZ. But before I hand it over, let me take a moment to welcome our esteemed panelists for this session. Shri Sunil K. Sharma, GM Sustainability and Clean Tech, BYPL. Shri Deepal Shah, Country Head, BRUG. Shri Lalit Chauhan, Country Head, Microgrid Labs, India. Shri Abhijit Sinha, Program Director, National Highways for Electric Vehicles. Shri Ashok Goyal, MD, BLR Logistics. A very warm welcome to all of you, sir. Over to you, Abhishek and Mr. Shirish, for the session. Thank you. I also invite Sanya from Smart Trade Center to please come and join on the stage.
How do you control the presentation? Okay. Okay, fine. It's not presenting. It's not presenting. So, hello. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, it's a privilege to be here amongst all the industry leaders, amongst government folks, and basically everyone who has been driving the success story of India's zero-emission trucking adoption. And before I start, I would like to thank Niti Aayog and their leadership, various government dignitaries, and all the members here for 3 successful years of eFast. So my name is Abhishek Murli, and I work with RMI. So RMI has been working in India since 2016 to advance the clean energy transition goals of the country. Our zero-emission trucking work, we work on both a national and subnational level at various initiatives providing technical assistance. So at the national level, we have been providing technical assistance for various reports published by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. Recently, we also co-hosted a senior leadership roundtable with the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, which was chaired by the Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari and various senior leaders from the industry. We have also authored a lot of thought pieces on finance, policy, and we have been working with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways for advancing zero-emission truck deployment at ports. At the state level, we work with states such as Tamil Nadu and Telangana to accelerate state-led zero-emission trucking accelerators, wherein we provide technical assistance on increasing zero-emission trucking adoption. So I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving us this opportunity. And I would like to set some context around accelerating zero-emission trucking deployment, what technologies are available, and what are some considerations as we go into developing these corridors. So we'll begin by looking at some identification that has already been done by the government, which has given a good policy direction. We will then look at technologies and role of infrastructure planning, and as well as understanding infrastructure and cargo movement for Z-ready corridors. And finally, what are the role of stakeholders as we go into, the actual deployment? So policymakers have already identified various high priority routes that should be targeted for Z deployment. So a recent report by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor has identified the top 10 Z corridors from an initial list of almost 200 corridors that are right now in India. And this was done through analysis of traffic data, grid infrastructure, cargo assessment, as well as various stakeholder interactions. So what this tells us is that while initially there was a lot of discussion around where should we go, the government has put out a lot of thought into what should be a targeted effort. The Ministry of Heavy Industries has also released the top 20 trucking highways as part of its guidelines. And these are the highways which should be prioritized for PM e-drive subsidy for EV public charging stations. So encouragingly, as you can see, 9 out of 10 corridors from both lists are overlapping. And what this tells us is even within the different facets of the government, there is a building consensus on what sort of corridors should be targeted and which should be prioritized. What these do is these send a clear policy signal to all of us present in the room that if we target over here, as a collective effort, we can advance zero-emission truck corridor development. So several key technologies can be deployed on these corridors, and each of them have different TCOs, different pros and cons, and they also have different use cases. So if you look at, for example, ultra-fast charging or high-powered fast charging, these are very useful on dense corridors where you'll have a lot of zero-emission truck deployment that can increase asset utilization. Whereas something like swapping or induction charging is also very useful for closed-loop routes such as close to ports, and where you can utilize the very predictable nature of movement. Something like hydrogen fuel cell trucking technology, which has also been a talk amongst a lot of stakeholders these days, is very useful for applications which have corridors close to hydrogen production sites that can lead to lower cost of fuel. It is important to note that TCO is just one aspect of this. And I say one aspect because if you look across the board, any technology that is reaching scale is leading to a reduced TCO on a per truck basis. And we must then look at technologies where it is very easy for us to move from planning to scaled phase. And so some technologies such as fast charging can be scaled very quickly. And some technologies such as hydrogen fuel cell trucks will take some time. So the key message that I want to sort of propagate here is that it is important to pick a technology from where you can go from planning to scale while also balancing the needs of various use cases. Regardless of technology, though, at any corridor, it is important to understand what sort of infrastructure is available to us and what sort of cargo movement is happening on these corridors. Understanding this will allow us to find out where the available infrastructure is, which cargo can be prioritized for early Z deployment. So here you can see an analysis that is conducted for the Chennai-Bangalore corridor, and I would like to point out some key factors that should be considered. So if you look at transmission lines, both 400 kilovolt and 765 kilovolt, these are evenly distributed across the corridor. And this means you can actually save costs when trying to deploy transmission lines for your charging station. Substations, while easily available in the first, let's say, 100 kilometers on each side, we start seeing limited coverage near Krishnagiri and Vellore. Now, why is this important? Because for this corridor, Vellore and Krishnagiri are somewhat high demand centers, and they are very useful for developing en-route charging. So this also sends a good policy signal to, let's say, developers and discoms to prioritize grid infrastructure upgrade at these positions. If you look at Z readiness, we are already seeing a lot of industry players over here are deploying pilots along this very high frequency corridor. And these are showing easy to electrify use cases. So this also makes it a very prime candidate for corridor development. And finally, understanding key goods which are moved. So perishables and parcel loads are some of the major movements over here. And what we have also seen on this particular corridor is trucks that move here more often than not make very predictable movements in terms of round trips, in terms of daily driving distance. So there's a lot of stability here to develop infrastructure and to deploy Zs. De-risking investment into this infrastructure is hence very important. Now, no matter what technology we choose, the initial utilization of these assets will be very less. And finance is a very important thing for how we make sure that these projects are not shelved during these periods of low utilization. So what we see is during the initiation phase, when you're planning for this, blended finance tools such as risk-sharing facilities or viability gap funding with public finance institutions will really reduce risk and attract commercial tenders. Others, such as subsidies that we're already seeing, concessional land that's provided, a good revenue sharing agreement, are able to lower upfront costs and support early deployment. During the scaling of deployment phase, one model that we believe will work is a very strong public-private partnership. And in the initial stages, this will benefit a lot from higher public sector involvement. This can also take the form of various annuity models such as operational maintenance or hybrid annuity models. And these can actually reduce the upfront capex that the developer puts. But if we look at maturity and scale, one of the major models that will be of a lot help is a build, operate, and transfer model. And we are seeing a lot of success of this, for example, in Kerala, where the Kerala State Electricity Board is operating a BOT model for upgrading its chargers. So in this model, land is provided at a nominal rate, and the developer is responsible for upgrading the infrastructure. So what charge point operators can do is engage in more PPPs with the public sector. DFIs can explore blended finance instruments and other tools that can mobilize private capital, while state and municipal corporations can craft tenders, but they can also be actively involved in grid infrastructure readiness. So stakeholders across the value chain, hence, will have a very important role to accelerate corridor development. What we see for central government is they can allocate funding, and they can also play an active role in deploying the infrastructure themselves. Fleet operators can identify key cargo types and what are the fixed routes that can be operated on. Charge points and discom operators can look at what are the peak loads, what are the grid upgrades that are needed. And as I mentioned, for financiers, a mix of blended tools, PPP participation, and BOT models can play a huge role in de-risking investment. So with that, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank all our panelists for joining us today, and definitely looking forward to some very valuable insights. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for sharing the great insights and the great research to the ZDT parts. We will build on the discussion onto these topics, and thank you very much and welcome all of you for this great event. I know, I mean, the post-lunch sessions are generally difficult, and most of the tummies are full, and the minds are generally drifting. But we will try to make this as interesting as we can. To understand the larger perspective to the diverse audience, I just want to raise your hands. I mean, just want to understand, how do you feel about this larger level EV transition in India? How many of you are very optimistic? How many of you are skeptical? How many of you are neutral? How many of you are still thinking about jalebi? Okay, great. Thank you. Just joking. Okay. So now what we'll try to do is we'll try to keep the flow. We'll have a short round of introduction. We'll have an opening statement from each of our panelists, 5 to 7 minutes. I mean, 5 to 7 minutes in collective. And then we'll have a specific questions to each of the panelists. We have a great flow today. There were representation from the government side, from the Principal Scientific Advisor of India. There was scientist, Ms. Preeti was there. But due to last minute cancellations, she had to withdraw her name. But now we will follow the flow in such a way that we'll have some understanding from the planning side. From planning perspective of the infrastructure, we have Mr. Abhijit Sinha, who is the Program Director for NHEV. Then we'll have understanding from Lalit, who represents here as the Microgrid Labs. Then we will discuss about the power through the DISCOMs, to the representation of Mr. Sunil. And then we'll have a discussion through the charging tech with Deepal. And then we'll follow on the finally end users, which is BLR Logistics, Mr. Goyal. I'm sorry, I'm Sanya. We will follow into the discussions of the power. I'm extremely sorry. Okay. So just a very quick round of introduction from each one of you. And I would also like to answer one question. In tweet's length, what is your vision for India's ZAT corridor by 2030? We can start with you, Sunil. A brief introduction and then the answer to the question.
Thank you. I represent BSES Yamuna Power Limited. So we are part of distribution business. We are supplying electricity to more than 2 million customers in central and eastern parts of Delhi. And recently, apart from power distribution, we have ventured into charging business also. We are putting up our own chargers in collaboration with various industry players and a lot of partnerships. So we have been tracking this development of EV charging from 2018-19, and a lot of studies have been undertaken in collaboration with GIZ. We did with PRDC, and we tried to project the load. So also a lot of bus electrification is happening. So why this is of interest to us, or why DISCOM has to focus on this, is because the power distribution infrastructure is a very critical infrastructure. The space has to be allocated, and there are very limited avenues for augmentation in certain cases. And also it's a very capital intensive setup. So we have to be very careful in planning on various upgrades. So we have been tracking these developments in terms of bus depots. So a lot of studies have been undertaken. Recently PFI has done a study where we have tried to find out how much load is going to be added and what DISCOMs need to do. Same way this trucking business, once it develops, so it's going to put up a lot of capital addition requirements, which ultimately gets reflected into your consumer tariffs. So DISCOM has to carefully plan the infrastructure in view of all these developments. So it has to know where this load is going to come up and where these corridors are to be planned. The key difference between trucking and buses, we feel, is the bus load is pretty, skewed towards your shift changes, and it is coinciding with the peak durations. But hopefully for trucking, I think it would be uniform and it may not be adding on to our peak demand. So what we foresee is there's going to be a lot of load that is going to come up because buses are limited and trucks population is quite huge. So DISCOMs have to really be doing their resource adequacy studies properly in collaboration with transport authorities where this load is going to come up. So the load addition requirement is going to be huge. So my suggestion on this forum is, as a distribution company, you can take care of billing and asking for regulated tariff, coming out with demand response program, so that demand is, under control. But it would be more towards core transmission network development. So it has to go in hand in hand with transmission corridor deployments for this.
Thank you. So we'll try to keep it as a tweet length vision to really upload it on the tweet possibility. Yes, Sanya. A brief introduction and the answer to the question.
Hi
very
everyone,
briefly.
I am Sanya. I'm part of Smart Trade Center India. And when you talk about corridors, the first thing that pops into my mind is the work we do in the data partnership program. It is all about how we scale use cases to corridor level scale up cases. And I will talk about it from the lens of a think tank and a knowledge partner who works with the industry closely. The amount of attention, the amount of interest we have been getting from the industry regarding this approach has been humongous. It is more around the fact that if we look at these use cases from a corridor perspective and make it more economically viable for multiple shippers around, that's what makes the best case for corridor deployment. And that is the lens we are going forward with through our data partnership program, and also bringing together shippers to aggregate demand. That is what the focus should be, to make corridors work. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Lalit.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Shirish. Thank you, everyone. So I am part of an organization called Microgrid Labs. We specialize into fleet electrification. So we provide the consulting services, and we also have the software around the whole fleet electrification. So how we are working with all the different stakeholders, the fleet operators, the banks, and the vehicle OEMs and the authorities. So we are providing them with the consulting service in the area of deployment planning and as well as in the operational planning. So we worked with WRI back in 2022, where we helped the BMTC, the Bangalore Transit Authority, with the deployment plan, where we helped them in doing the route fit, the depot fit, and the grid fit analysis so that they can deploy their buses. Similarly, we are working within GIZ under the Sumaka project in the city of Trivandrum, Kerala, where we are doing the operational analysis for them in terms of the route planning, route redesigning, and then making sure that every bus should get the required kilometers proportionally, and they should not lose upon any of the revenue because of the charging or infrastructure. So this is how we are working with everyone. So our prime objective is to help every customer, where since this electrification is a huge and a capital intensive exercise. So we are helping that this is a data driven, they should take a data driven approach where they can see and take all the risk out of the system before they buy any vehicle or chargers, or they should not get into something where they are stressing the grid, like what Sunil sir has just mentioned. Thank you.
Mr. Goel.
So I'm Ashok Goel from BLR Logistics. So I represent the service provider side. So we were talking about corridors. So basically, as a service provider, we would like to see the corridors which are without any obstacles on the route. So I think I'll be getting a lot of expertise, experience from what you all are going to do, and our problems which you face on the highways. And to answer your first question, when you asked about electric vehicles, we bought the first vehicle last year, and I was not very keen that time. But over a period of 1 year now, like last September, we bought September again. I feel the adoption is going to be much faster than which I had expected. I was thinking about 5 years down the line, but I think next 2 years you'll see a lot of people adopting EV vehicles.
That is very good to hear. Mr. Sinha?
Namaskar. I am Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director of Ease of Doing Business. I am here because of my additional charge with the National Highway for Electric Vehicle. And I represent India's premier tech piloting agency, Ease of Doing Business, which only does pilots into emerging technologies like drone, electric mobility, hydrogen, and much more. My background is a banker. I had to be working with IndusInd Bank, and then in a distant consulting relationship, we worked in 2014 to 16 with World Bank. Prior to taking this challenging position of electric mobility, I did 2 pilots of National Population Register digitalization with Aadhaar, that is UIDAI that time, and integrated management for critical childhood illness. Then I worked with the Citizen for Accountable Governance team of Prime Ministers. In 2014, parliamentary elections. In 2019, I worked with Main Bhi Chaukidar campaign. And 2024, I'm working with Viksit Bharat. I'm also Viksit Bharat National Master Plan brand ambassador. In my tenure of last 10 years as Ease of Doing Business Program Director, the mobility pilot that we did, which is known as National Highway for Electric Vehicle, has done 3 technical trials, Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Agra, and recent one is Chennai to Trichy, which was specifically for truck. During these 3 trials, almost all emissions, critical difficulties which was brought to us as a difficulty of doing business was resolved, other than one pilot which was inserting a battery into a car to make it swappable and technically swappable. Nothing has failed as of now. Recently, we opened a 500 crore instrument which is on the delivery mode with the 3rd pilot of Chennai Trichy, which was specifically on truck. This instrument we will discuss during the course of the conversation. But in previous 2 segments of Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra, first electric bus, then electric car, then electric bus and electric SUV, long range SUV, and 3rd trial was on the electric trucks. 4th trial we are expecting in 2026 is with hydrogen trucks and LNG and electric trucks. In this trial, we are expecting next year to also compare swappable electric battery trucks and chargeable electric battery trucks. Thank you.
Mr. Shah? Thank you, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you very much. I am Deepal Shah. I am the representative of Brugge Connect. I am country head for Brugge Connect in India business. In general, basically, I am a professional of high voltage power transmission and distributions. I also involved in the past for the RF feeder infrastructures, for the wireline and wireless infrastructures. Since last 4 years, I am connected with high mobility, high power charging systems, mainly for electric trucks, buses, for India and developing countries. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, all the panelists. Now, I'll keep the flow as I discussed. I'll start with the planning part of it, the major infrastructure part. I'll start with Mr. Sinha. You are as a program director for NHEV. What do you feel how NHEV is preparing India's highways to enable electrification? This is apart from the passenger EV, largely for the HTVs and the ZEVs. And if you can also share your experiences direct to the earlier Delhi-Jaipur corridor.
Okay, so just to put in perspective to why these pilots were triggered is because of two major reasons. Is profitability was very challenging of infrastructure, and infrastructure was proven to be the core of electric mobility. And second, the ownership decision was still individual until and unless National Highway Electric Vehicle started. So we focused how we will be able to make the infrastructure profitable. And second is the ownership decision of buying an electric vehicle should not remain with people. It should remain first with institution and then it should transit to people. In this institutional adoption and how we will be able to make large companies, large transactions and large deployments possible, that was the core. In last two sectors, in two pilots, first Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra, I'll sum up in one line, is definitely has given a technical solution that if your vehicle shut down on e-highway, on particularly the National Highway for Electric Vehicle, within 30 minutes we will be able to give technical backup, along with a vehicle and a mounted battery, which will be able to charge you technically and which primarily have your detail, so the connector will also match with you. Second, the utilization of charging infrastructure before National Highway Electric Vehicle was only 3% on a pan-India average, which we brought up to 30% from day one. Very simple, it is a binding contract that we proven to be happening in Blue Smart, Green Cell Mobility, and now we are planning with fleet operators who are coming from the truck sector. Third is cost of vehicle. So cost of vehicle, reducing cost of vehicle technically, there was only one position, is to make subscription possible of battery. And that we made in second trial with Delhi, Jaipur with MG Motors, and now MG Motors has, I think, opened the model into retail with their two of the models. Currently, we are working on the subscription of battery for trucks, expecting it to be open by end of this year. Last is infrastructure break-even. Everybody knows how much a petrol pump is earning. What is the cost, how is the financing model, what is the design and nitty-gritties of building a petrol pump. But before National Highway Electric Vehicle, nobody knew how does a charging station look like and when it will get funded. So 36 months is the time. It maximum in some conservative areas you can see 40 months to 45 months it reaches to break even. Two stations which we prototyped in Gurgaon have already reached to their break even. I joined them as an independent director after the break even. I have recently resigned from their board. And other segments which are very important for all of you to understand that would be helpful for electric deployment is the state upstream infrastructure. It's an ease of doing organization. People only come to me with difficulty of doing business. No appreciation, no credit, no matter what you do. That difficulty came multiple times that DISCOMs are not ready. They're taking a lot of time to give connections. So for upstream infrastructure, we went to Finance Minister. Finance Ministry has now recently included digital infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and also electric infrastructure in the National Infrastructure Development Plan, giving 1.5 lakh crore rupees interest-free loan to state government for 50 years for any project which they wish to use with the DISCOM to proceed and to spend on the transmission line. So it was our difficulty. We needed 1 megawatt charging connection from each state at 264 locations. Pan-India took over 5,000 kilometers, and no state government was ready. No DISCOM was ready. Even after all furnishment of all papers, our waiting period was 6 to 7 months. In some cases, 1 year. This infrastructure fund would be able to give that. Charging point operators, charge point operators. 4 very difficult propositions which we created into last 8 years is we expect a charge point operator to bring land on a highway, power, amenities, footfall, and then real-time support system to keep the infrastructure up. Every 50 kilometer national highway electric vehicle is coming up with a 4.5 acre PPP built infrastructure of charging station where land, power, amenities, food court, safety, and real-time engineer up to 200 staffs are there to keep your infrastructure. It's a co-working space for all of you. Fleet operators. Fleet operators has a offset difficulties. Infrastructure is what they are developing at their own. We took it at our station so that fleet operators can do their planning. They can connect with us and they can also conduct trials. We are currently running on 4 major trials with trucks and buses. Green Cell Mobility and Nuogo and NHEV. We work on more than 16 highways where infrastructure is primarily owned by NHEV and vehicles are owned by Green Cell Mobility. Roadside assistance is another problem with fleet operator, and also the toll and parking. So tolling and parking is one, roadside assistance, offset of infrastructure is what we offer to fleet operators. Policy. Standards, specification. It was first organization, National Highway Electric Vehicle, which compared a global benchmark of German highway, which is 24 crore rupees per kilometer, the one which Germany has prototyped between Berlin and their lead bank interchange, was compared to in India 1 crore rupees per kilometer. Last is financing. In financing, as of now, we could only open 2 instruments. One is 5,000 crore rupees for the entire Bharatmala and Sagarmala, 5,500 kilometer upgradation. And second, we have recently opened 500 crore rupees, which is a viability gap funding for only trucks. Both of these instruments are live. They are open for your scrutiny, for your suggestions and modification. 2 more organizations we have worked with is Ministry of Road Transport and Highway and also with Ministry of Power. In Ministry of Road Transport and Highway, the toll concession is very well taken by WRI, and I believe that this would be one of the biggest gift that this forum and WRI will be able to give if Ministry of Road Transport and Highway in some time will be give complete toll waiver. Upgradation of, I think in your presentation, it was HAM, hybrid annuity model was mentioned by the previous speaker. Upgradation of HAM is already pilot and prototyped in a derivative model called annuity hybrid e-mobility. So now in some time from now, you can expect Ministry of Road Transport and Highway would be able to take a decision that whether the upgradation of e-highway would be done by raising the toll fees on each toll, or it will be done by giving land pieces to do the non-revenue work so that pan-India charging can be 10 to 12 kilowatt hour. In the previous session, you also discussed one nation, one tariff. So it is also under process. If it is happening to be, it is going to be either one of them. Either the toll charges is going to increase to upgrade the highway, or annuity hybrid e-mobility will be able to do a large land piece of around 5 acre to give a uniform charging 10 rupees to 12 rupees per kilowatt hour to all ecosystem. Power Ministry was the first to propose 500 kilometer in 2019. Before even the first guideline of Power Ministry came, NHEV proposed this. That time we were not aware that which ministry is going to be the parent ministry. So we went straight away to Gadkari ji that we want to do the trial. Then the trial happened, Power Ministry guideline came, then MHI Ministry become the main ministry for this. And last is Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has recently, what I said, for infrastructure has done a very huge work. We expect in coming time, all state governments who are facing this problem of infrastructure fund for discoms and for other communities to bring the transmission charges up to the charging station would be able to use National Infrastructure Development Fund. 3G station, I will speak later.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I'll come to you, Lalit. Building on the insights which Mr. Sinha shared, how do you feel the importance of the data with respect to the planning part of it? You were discussing in the morning, you mentioned about your Carlstead project in the USA. How this all that for the fleet planning, the freight side of it, and then the charging point of it, and the charging scheduling and all. How the data part of it, how you're taking this up and your experiences, if you can share.
Yeah, thanks. Just further adding to what Abhijit sir has just mentioned about the planning part. So currently we are working in a CalStart project in US. So we are working with around 200 fleets. So there in this whole planning, what we call is as an integrated planning, where we see as a three aspects. One is from the fleet operator point of view, then the charge point operator view, and the third is the grid view. So the fleet operator, their decision majorly revolves around which vehicles are suitable for their operations, where they have to transition from the gasoline or IC vehicle to electric vehicle. Then what battery size they should pick for the vehicle to cater their operations, and then what charging strategy they should adopt, whether they should focus only on depot charging, which they have to build by themselves, or they can rely on on-route charging coupled with the depot charging, or can they go completely on-route charging depending and having a binding contracts with the charge point operator. Now the charge point operator, their decision majorly revolves around the economics, like where to deploy these chargers, how many chargers to be deployed. Every fleet operator would need a different charging power. So what power mix the CPO should deploy. So these are the areas where a CPO has to take a decision. For fleet operator, the high charger availability is the prime factor, because he is catering to his operations, where he has to answerable to his end users for timely delivery of the material, where the CPO is responsible for or they expect the high utilization of their chargers. It should not happen that they have put the chargers but they don't have the utilization of the chargers, as sir mentioned. Then the third one is the grid, when grid has to provide the power. So grid usually wants to distribute this charging to the different locations first. Second, they want to stress out the grid. They want to push this charging to the non-peak hours. Every DISCOM has a different tariff structures, and fleet operators are not aware of these structures of tariff unless they get into this. Then they see, oh, my cost of charging is actually what I expected is different, but in actual I'm getting a different altogether the bills from the cost of the charging. So that is why we always say that this should not be done in silos. It should be an integrated planning, all three put together, and then this can become a more practical approach and a more scalable. So it's an integrated planning rather than doing it in a silo, like CPO is doing separately, fleet operator is doing separately, and then grid is suffering altogether without talking or without having any insight about the load profiles or the type of vehicle or the batteries that a fleet operator is picking. So this is where we say that everyone can gather their data, they can do all this. We provide simulation softwares and we also provide the services. So they can use any of the platforms or any of the software tools that they want, and they should do a data-driven approach first and then take a decision.
Thank you, Lalit. With this, I would like to come to you, Sunil. DISCOMs will be the backbone for the ZETs. As Mr. Sinha has already mentioned about the problems with respect to that, and overall what he faced, also the problems with his corridors. How do you see this? DISCOMs can plan and strengthen this complete grid infrastructure with respect to the high charging hubs, and also with the discussion with respect to the coordinating with the charge point operators and overall creating that ecosystem?
Yeah, so
especially on these corridors, if you say.
Yeah, so we were discussing previously that how technology is going to evolve and how much charging load is going to come up. So DISCOMs should be able to undertake these studies independently also with regard to tracking how much load is going to come up. So the government should be able to guide these state DISCOMs through some inputs that this is the technology track that would happen. So till now we are not very clear how much e-tracking would be there and how much load is going to come up, at which locations would be suitable. So a lot of studies need to be undertaken before we come out with our tweaking our long-term load planning, network enhancement planning. And previously also I discussed, because this e-tracking is going to add up a huge load. So to add this sort of infrastructure there is a need to have a transmission dedicated corridors along with it. Of course, the connection part and energization part, DISCOMs can handle, but the infrastructure requirement is going to be huge. So the planning studies have to be undertaken, and we need to really interact with prospective e-trucking partners, what their thought is. So as of now, DISCOMs don't know much how much load is going to come.
Just on a follow-up thing, based on your current urban experience, how do you see the collaborative nature with respect to the CPOs currently? How do you do it? I mean, how the current collaborative nature exists with the experience in Delhi?
Yeah, so similar kind of thing that is evolving in Delhi is bus depots. So we have assessed their load behavior. As my partner was suggesting, that it coincides with our peaking demand for buses. But for trucks, we don't know the pattern and how this thing is going to evolve. But we have gone ahead with detailed studies. We have partnered with PFI, so very soon the report is going to come out. We have, there's a power sector development fund, which we can tap into and try to develop battery storage, which can mitigate these load additions. So smart metering, demand response programs, we can engage bus depots or other CPOs, large concentrated loads, how they can interact with us and share their data, their charging behavior data, so that DISCOM can also plan their load requirements on a going day-ahead basis or for long term. So a lot of data sharing has to happen. And another thing that we are doing is with Delhi government and the directions of Delhi government, TPDTL, BRPL and BYPL, we are analyzing 3 depots. And we may go for battery storage and supported by solar rooftop. So, but these findings have to come out, how beneficial it would be, what sort of investments are required. So all these things will come out for location-specific things. With regard to collaboration, our vision is to really have this access to CPO data. CPOs should be able to give access to DISCOMs. Of course, these would be smart chargers. So can there be DR programs, or these programs can be built into, so that these benefits can be transferred to CPOs if they are able to participate and help us in mitigating our peaking conditions. So smart metering, a lot of data sharing with regard to traffic movement, load behavior, and automatic access to DISCOM. The load is going to be huge, the kind of numbers and assessments that we are seeing. So if all get converted to electric trucks, especially on these corridors, for large states this load is going to be huge. But we had some interaction with C40 a few days back. They told us that for trucking, they have a 120 megawatt or so for Delhi, whole of Delhi. So DISCOMs can plan for these concentrated small loads, but for vast loads on major highways, so it has to be done in tandem with transmission planning, and of course, CPOs have to partner with DISCOMs in mitigating load requirements. So demand response has to be there.
Okay, thank you. GIZ has recently did one pilot on the on the second life repurposing battery with connecting with the battery energy storage and the solar roof for the Surat Althan depot. We are happy to share the details also for you to understand. Now to Sanya, to you. We are speaking about the demand estimations and also the energy estimations. You have your experience on the current corridor which you're working on the Mumbai-Pune. Can you share some details with respect to the R integration on that, and also on the demand estimation, as what Mr. Sunil was also asking about, to how do you see this, and what results you are getting out of this with your research?
Sure. Thank you, Shirish. So I think I echo both my co-panelists, Mr. Lalit's points as well as Mr. Sunil's points. One talked about that it should be a very data-driven approach. So we are looking at the Bangalore-Mumbai corridor, and we're looking at it from a whole corridor perspective, and also to approach it from the standpoint of data. We have divided the corridor across 6 subsections. It is Tumkur, Chitradurga, to Hubli, to Belgavi, to Kolhapur, to Pune, to Mumbai. And we are analyzing each of those subsections in their own totality to see what the demand on those subsections are, what are the energy estimation on those subsections, and what is the possibility of integrating RE on those subsections, which in totality will give us what the corridor is estimated at in terms of demand, in terms of energy capacity, and we're also looking at integrating the charge point operators and the discoms over there and the regulators to see how best we can basically support the energy estimation requirement that is coming from that corridor. So that is the approach we are going forward with. We will be definitely happy to share the results as soon as we have progressed further into the study. We have started with the process of demand aggregation first, and henceforward moving forward to the energy part of it. So yeah, that is our approach, and I think the corridor of focus here is also, I would like to highlight that two of those subsections are part of PSA's ZET priority corridors. So I think it falls into a well stated picture of how India wants to move forward with. So yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
thank you. Question to you, Dipal. You represent Brugg here, who is a high power charging technology company, and
Right.
with your experience into as a Swiss company and the global experience, how do you see the major barriers with respect to high power charging? And what India should keep in mind going forward, because we are parallelly electrifying our passenger vehicles, and we are parallelly electrifying our freight. And as what Mr. Goyal said in the beginning, the transition he expects much faster than what we're expecting as a logistics provider, if you're saying. How do you see this? What are the major kind of barriers do you see in, and what India should keep in mind?
Great. So I think I consider this as a great opportunity to all of us that to make a safe, reliable, efficient, and environment-friendly charging infrastructures. We are all in same opinion, more or less, that DC charging infrastructure or public charging infrastructures has to be DC. So that is one of the main reasons. So more or less all people are in same opinion. Coming back to electric trucks or electric buses, you know that most of the places we find that it is a 240 kilowatt high power charging cable systems are there and DC charging infrastructures are there. But majority of the time we experience that even though it is high power, but they are not drawing more than 100 amps, or sometimes it is limited up to 200 amps. So it is taking very longer time to get charged electric buses or electric trucks. What is our objective is, you know, that the way they are refilling the petrol or gas, same way they should come out on charging stations and they should leave the vehicles within the 10 to 15 minutes. And it is possible, believe me. We can definitely improve the overall competitiveness of charging infrastructures and vehicle side also. So right now, you know, each vehicles, whether it is electric trucks or buses, are having a 2 parallel circuits within the bus. So that required 2 parallel system at charging infrastructure side also, which we could prevent. That will also lower down the temperature within the vehicle side. That will also lower down the temperature at charging infrastructure side. Because the technology is available in non-cooled system up to 604 amperes peak currents without any external cooling systems. And it has a performance of already 3 to 4 years within India and abroad also. In addition, liquid cooling system is also available up to 850 ampere rated current. So we can complete the charging of electric trucks that can run at least 400 to 500 kilometers in single charging. And that will also lower down the cost of charging. That will also lower down the maintenance cost. And overall, it will get a better ROI, whether it is a charge point operators or vehicle side. So we expect we should have the product which has to be dust free. That is number one. And it has to be all weather proof. So IP69 rating is the best rating for India, because more or less we have experienced the failure has happened or charging infrastructure has been interrupted because of the dust and water. Believe me, technology is available. We can bring down, or we could achieve 95% failure overcome only with the 2 factors if we could address these 2 topics. So that is my opinion for that.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Goyal, we spoke about what is required and what is already available, and with respect to technology, how this envisions also for the future. But as we speak, you are already running this truck on the, I believe, Mumbai-Pune. Yeah. So what do you see, what are the current challenges as a logistics service provider, what you are currently facing, and the key major highlights, if you want to share specifically on this?
Yes.
And I'm so sorry, what do you may feel that this is more faster adoption than what we all thinking right now?
Yeah, so the major challenge which we faced was the charging infrastructure. We initially thought that it will give us one single charge can take us to Pune. So we first put up 2 charging points, one at Chakan and one at Nhava Sheva. But then later on we realized that the Pune Ghat, it was not able to take the load. So we had to put another charger. So 3 chargers just to run a single truck, which is like almost 50% of the cost of the vehicle which we had to incur. Secondly, then we realized, as we were not even aware, the electricity charges. At the time what you use, the daytime it is lower and the other time it is. But as a service provider, I cannot control that. It is not in my hand to charge at a particular time. It is the entire cycle when the vehicle approaches and all. Third thing, what we feel, Bombay-Pune is a proper corridor because there are no infrastructure challenges per se. When you talk about no entry and other issues, like when the one good corridor would have been Nhava Sheva-Vapi. There's a very high volume corridor, but thanks to this no entry problems at Thane, we get only 6 hours just to pass cross Mumbai city. So Pune we thought was a good corridor because of there were no challenges for that. But the challenges at the port. So we basically use this vehicle to move EXIM containers. So the time taken at the port to load and the time taken at the other end to offload, these were the challenges. So we had anticipated, let's say, 1 trip per day, but it was not coming because of the infrastructure problems. But over a period of time, we have overcome these challenges. Like third infrastructure was put up by some other agency at Khalapur. People are coming forward again and again now, like we are in talk, as I mentioned. There are 4 or 5 agencies which have approached us now who are willing to give us vehicles with a battery model, that separate battery, and you just do the capex on trucks. So we have learned a lot on over a period of time, and बोलते ना कि problems अपने आप पे solution देना शुरू कर देते हैं. So we have come out with some solutions where we are now able to achieve what we had anticipated, and that's the reason I said that now I feel that implementation will be much faster because some solutions have already come. Some solutions, like all of us sitting here, we were discussing and have come. So I feel it's a great future for EV vehicles in India in the next 2
Thank you
years.
so much. We are also running short of time. I would like to open the floor for the discussion. Maybe 2-3 questions, quick questions, your name and whom you're directing to. Yes, please, Mr. Your name, sir? Yes.
90% of the transport sector is the unorganized sector. So firstly, the national logistic policy has to introduce to bring them, all the transporters under the one organized sector. The urbanization or the ruralization, that is very important. The trucks are moving on the road, not on the urban area, the rural area also. The poor infrastructure, the urbanization is good, going on, very good. But ruralization is also very important, we have to see that. Intermodal connectivity, rail, road and port connectivity is very important. Corridor is okay, fine, but corridor is not close to the rail or the seaport or the road. So connectivity is very important with that. Insurance premium. EV insurance premium is very, very high as compared to the diesel engine. So some policies to be introduced so that the premium, the government should make some control on the insurance premium because the battery high cost of the parts, that is very important. Road tax, very important. All state governments, some are giving exemptions, some are levying 1%, some 10%. So this some Niti Yog should introduce some road tax policy on that. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding your questions on I think there's already national logistics plans are there with respect to Gati Shakti, and the intermodal connectivity has already been taken up, and I'm sure they're taking up the work regarding this. But anything on the question? Yes.
Very good question, but definitely we'll try to come back to you with more what has recently happened. But before I answer his question, I want to just sum up what in the second round of conversation you had is about power. When we are talking about large number of vehicles who are not going to use diesel and petrol tomorrow are going to increase on highways. Who is going to fill them, charge them, swap them, or give them an anchor point? In this conversation, the negative part you can say, or the part of the parcel of my position and profile, is I can't be sweeter all the time. I have to be bitter and sometimes have to be very, very candid. It is not possible for us to have all stakeholders, fleet operator, charge point operator, and all other OEMs to create an infrastructure which serves that increasing number of vehicles. Until and unless the tariff, what you say is, the grid connectivity, how we will transit, you're going to talk about a very huge number of vehicles who are going to charge from somewhere. A huge wiring transmission, which is per kilometer into crores, is going to be there. It is not possible if you do not generate a third generation of petrol pump. So the 3G station which I wanted to sum up is the solution, not my solution or my innovation, is the solution for industry that you will have to have at least a 3000 kilowatt hour dispensing power station, which starts with 800 kilowatt hour from the coal grid, turns out to be 800 adding up with solar, then 800 by adding a vertical turbine from divider, and last 800 in next 6 years, you will have to add from hydrogen dispensing or hydrogen micro electrolyzer. This together brings to you a third generation. First generation is petrol pump, second generation is petrol pump, LNG, CNG, and 1 or 2 more fuels, which are not prominently used. This third generation is going to upgrade into, what I'm sharing with you is the National Master Plan of Viksit Bharat of Energy Transition. These stations are going to upgrade into 5th generation by 2047, which will not have that 800 kilowatt hour thermal grid. So that 100% green power to all these vehicles who are going to be dispensing in all weathers and conditions. If your solar is not working, your hydrogen electrolyzer will be able to give you 800 kilowatt hour. And if solar and wind both are not working, then you will be able to burn same hydrogen in the generator. So that third generation, I think, is the solution. We are not in position to do transmission of all this requirement by the wiring and by increasing the load on the coal grid.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, 1 or 2 last questions, maybe. Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah, just very quick question, and I want
your
to ask
name, please.
My name is Kaustubh Gosavi. The question is for Ashok ji, and Ashok ji, I know that you are the president of ITWA as well. In the last session, we did hear that the traditional LSPs are a little cautious with this technology. We do understand the caveats and the barriers that we have, but unless we actually have the traditional LSPs, start buying into the electric trucks, the transition really won't happen. We're seeing a lot of new age LSPs come into the picture. What is that push that can have these traditional LSPs start moving towards procuring more electric trucks?
So Kaustubh, as everybody knows, that the cost is extremely high, or 3.5 times than the normal conventional vehicle. As Sanjay mentioned, if the toll can be waived off, I think then we could have some kind of a cushion to buy the vehicle. Because the problem is, a customer doesn't pay us anything extra when I'm using an electric vehicle. He still wants the cost to be the same as a ICE vehicle. So for that reason, then if there's another thing I wanted to request was carbon credit. I don't know how does it work, but whether that carbon credit can be passed on to us. Financing is a challenge right now. People are not financing vehicles. So if some more incentives can be given, I think the toll can be a very big incentive. It's actually 10 rupees a kilometer now. So that incentive, it can be passed on to us. I think it can be adopted faster because the cost of operations will go down, so the capex can be taken care of.
Okay. Just last question from the, yes, sir, your last question.
Question is, sir, just want to know, you told power sector, some funds are there.
Your name, sir?
Ravindra Mohan Charzone. Which are those funds? Because as a CPO, when we approach the other DISCOMs, either we have to fund that development for 11 kV of the depot, or the high power charge station on this. Which are those funds specifically which as a BIPL you are tapping to create bring the power near to the charging station. Central funds.
The fund that I was talking about is Power Sector Development Fund. It is contributed by DISCOMs through deviation settlement charges or penalties. So we are trying to tap it too in case these things can come in support of mitigating the peak load that is going to come up from EV charging. So that is subject to approvals from government and other regulatory bodies. It is not for specific network upgradation or putting up a transformer or line or energizing a connection. It is in larger context of mitigating the issues at a DISCOM level. So that fund is lying idle. So PFI has done a study. Maybe this thing will come out in public domain very soon. So through government level, we will try to tap onto that fund so that some projects can be developed which help all customers of a DISCOM, not a particular set of customers.
It is more useful for the city or it can be used for highways also?
So it depends on which state to state. In Delhi, we have some sort of provision. In other states, it may not be there. Okay.
Just wanted to know.
So it's a regulatory provision, so it has to be deployed somehow. So subject to regulatory and government approvals.
One more fund is there, which I wish to add to it, is National Infrastructure Development Fund, which is notified by our Honorable Minister of Finance in the budget 2025. It has 3 very basic eligibility criteria that the project should be in the PPP mode. A state can apply for that fund, a state government can apply for that fund. The capital expenditure is around 1.5 lakh crore rupees, outlay for 50 years, interest-free loan. It is also to be completed by 2027. It's this year budget, and as of now, I think 2 states has applied for it. If you need more details, my office can provide you.
Okay, so we will call off this session now. Thank you so much. We were having certain more questions, but I believe in the interest of time, we have to, thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you so much for being a wonderful.
A huge round of applause. I quickly request Tanya Mittal, Transport and Infrastructure Advisor, GIZ, to sum it up in a minute, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you for such an engaging discussion. I would like to summarize just key takeaways from this session discussion over here, which are very, very prominent to be taken ahead. One is we require definitely a 3rd generation of petrol pump, as has been highlighted by Abhijit Sinha sir, because we cannot put a lot of pressure on the existing infrastructure, and definitely it may not be possible for the existing part of wire lines to support my EVs, which are going to come in the future. Another one is definitely we require also to be thinking about the rural part of India and not only in the urban parts, as has been mentioned and raised by one of the participants over here. The third one is we learn from our pilots, we learn from the challenges being on the charging infrastructure, the charging points we already experienced, and then may come out with the more pilots, maybe on the 3rd pilot or the 4th pilot with hydrogen, or 3rd one which already Chennai Trichy has experienced. We may learn and more and definitely to run pilots on all of those corridors which has been identified on the top list by PSA and also the MHI. We can take them forward from the discussions here. So I understand there are currently there are many challenges, either with insurances, either with the road taxes or the standards or the incentives or the charging or the deployment, definitely. But we definitely, we look forward that we will collaborate together to enhance it, and we'll come up with certain solutions which my EVs can run on in a more efficient, reliable manner. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Tanya. And once again, a huge round of applause to all our esteemed panelists to join us today. I request the moderator to kindly present all the panelists with a token of appreciation.
can you please take for the photo of sir? We'll have a picture together. थोड़ा आगे जाके दे दो. Kaustubh, can you please join us to also give a token of appreciation to Mr. Shirish? Thank you to GIZ for hosting the session and the token of appreciation to GIZ as well. The session was co-hosted by RMI and GIZ. A huge round of applause to the session hosts as well. I request everyone to join in front of the stage for a small photo op. We now move on to our spotlight session. But before that, it's a small announcement that we are going to have an award session at the end. So I request everyone to stay with us till the end so that we see who are the front runners in the electric vehicle ecosystem. So we now move on to the spotlight session where we'll take a closer look at pioneering pilots on electric and medium heavy duty vehicles. With over 20 EMHDV pilots already deployed, these pilots are now breaking new ground and providing valuable lessons on technology, operations, and business models that can help India's ZET ecosystem to shape up in future. We're joined today by an esteemed set of leaders from across ecosystem who are driving these pilots on ground. Shri Rajiv Mehta, Senior President and CLO, Ultratech Cement. I would request everyone to join us on the stage. Shri Saulabh Parsania, Joint President, Strategic Sourcing, Shri Cement. Shri Siddesh Rai, VP and Head, Transvolt Mobility. Shri Abhisht Gaurav, Senior General Manager, BD and Sales, SG Green Logistics. Shri Ajay Pratap Singh, Co-Founder and CEO, Switch Labs. Shri Akhil J, CEO and Co-Founder, Pulse Energy. We are delighted to have all the industry front runners with them. To guide this session, I now invite our moderator, Mr. Jaideep Saraswat, Associate Director, Clean Power, Electric Mobility and Emerging Technologies, Vasudha Foundation. Mr. Saraswat, the floor is yours.
Hello, hope I am audible. Thank you for having me. Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone. We have a fantastic panel with us today. Before we deep dive into the session, I do want to highlight a few housekeeping rules. We have allocated certain amount of time at the end of the session for questions from the audience. So if there is anything that you want to ask our panelists, feel free to jot them down, and I promise we'll try to address them at the end. This session is also being recorded, so if there is anything that you want to revisit later on, feel free to do that. You can also share this session link with other folks who are not able to make it to this session today. And finally, for our panelists, I'll request you to be as succinct and brief as possible. We want to cull out maximum information from you, so remember, brevity is your friend here. Without further ado, we'll start the session, and I'll not bore all of you with details on why it is important for us to look at decarbonizing the freight sector. or why it is important for us to focus on medium and heavy duty vehicles. I'm sure that has been discussed throughout the day. I do want to talk about pilots and how they can be a very effective strategy to fast track the transition to zero emission vehicles. Pilots are very important from the perspective of proving value of these vehicles in real life scenarios, demonstrating how they benefit people's lives, especially the ones who are driving them, showcasing their environmental benefit, and last but not the least, emboldening the ecosystem while these pilots are being implemented. With that in mind, we'll start the session, and the objective of the session is to gather maximum learnings, insights from each of our panelists who have their individual pilots running, and also to answer one very critical question: what next? The way we have structured this session, I'll request, since it's not a pure play panel discussion, it's a spotlight session, I'll request each of our panelists to proceed to the podium and talk about their individual pilots, what worked, what didn't, key takeaways. And once that round is over, we'll start with the panel discussion. So I'll start with Mr. Saurabh, please.
Happy evening, all of you, and happy to be here, and thanks to WRI and Niti Aayog for inviting us to talk about our pilots. See, we did a pilot somewhere in 2018, 19 on the in Rajasthan, from our integrated plant at Ras to one of our grinding units at Jobner, and we purchased 4 trucks from one of the OEMs, and the major challenge on that route initially was to say run the truck from one charging point to another charging point. Why? Because of the uneven roads, and maybe for 10 kilometers we were, the battery utilization was around 70%, and for rest of the say 100 kilometers it was around another 60% only. So likewise, we learned from it, and then the charging stations were definitely reallocated, and that was the biggest challenge. But second challenge was the technology at that time, where it was required to move to the truck to set right certain errors. Earlier on, now it is being done remotely also, but in those days it was the OEM who has to handhold us and go to that point and correct the errors, and then again the truck used to move. But then it was a good learning period, and ultimately, as an owner of the truck, if I forget about the interest cost of the truck, the operating efficiency was up to 25% to 30% levels, better than the diesel trucks. So we were saving, you can say, 25% of the cost of transportation on that route after a period of time. Similarly, one of the trials we did in our mines recently with one of the tippers with a carrying load of 70 tons. And we envisage that it will give us 3 years payback, but somehow after operating for almost 3 months, we could understand that the payback will be 1.5 years only. So that was another, so you can say, opportunity to green the mines, mining operations. Thank you.
Thank you. And this 1.5 years of payback period, I'm sure, will catch a lot of light. Mr. Mehta, if we can.
Yeah, very, very good afternoon. And I'd like to share few experiences which we had with EV trucks and learnings as well. We started on a route of Dhar to Dhule, the distance of approx 200 kilometers. And when we purchased the vehicle, the initial base was that ICE trucks were doing 16 trips a month. So 16 trips on empty return basis, the typical kilometers traveled was 6,400. We forgot about the history and we said that we will go on a zero base. That 2 hours for loading, 200 kilometer, 5-hour travel time, then charging time, and all included. Our calculation was that we should do 1 trip per day, 400 kilometers. So initial reaction that everybody laughed at us that from 15, 16 trips you are targeting 30. Now we are doing 35. So 14,000 kilometer is a norm which we are setting for ourselves, and I think it is being done quite regularly. The second experiment we have started in Chhattisgarh, a place called Kukurdi to Baikunt, that is 60 kilometer. Even in that lead also viability has been established. The third experiment will be all set to start is Kotputli to Dadri, Kotputli to Ropar, and even we are discussing can we take up to Rajpura, Chandigarh. So all discussions are on, but one thing I can definitely share with all of you, the key will be efficiency. 2 drivers, mandatory for EVs, otherwise we cannot make it financially justifiable. 24/7 operations, mandatory. And right now we are talking only about high capacity vehicles, but to me the future is LCVs. I am 100% convinced that some state governments, some intervention of central government, what will be required will be declare few, as a pilot project, declare 5 Indian cities on e-fast basis or Z cities, that in one city we can introduce 500 vehicles. Even as a cement guy, like Mumbai, we are almost selling not less than 15,000 tons per day. If I take average 15 tons or 20 tons also, 1,000 vehicles for Mumbai per day. So even if we take 20% share or 25% share also, it is a big chunk. Similarly, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore. I think 4 or 5 cities, the state governments also should come forward. What type of entry restriction they can ease out for EVs? What type of toll waiver proposals they can, and we are not asking for indefinite this thing. This should be for a limited period. 3 years, 5 years, whatever is agreed upon, which is the typical struggle period. You know, as toddlers, we need support of our parents to stand and walk when we are 8 months or 9 months or 12 months. But once we are 2 or 3 year old, we don't need support of our parents to walk or to run. That is exactly what we are looking from the government, that first 3 years we need support, after that we don't require any support. We will manage on our own. So that is request. Economic viability assured. The only thing is efficiency, and to give an indicative thing, the freights in EV can be lower by 10 to 15% than ICE trucks. That possibility also does exist. So I see a very, very bright future for EVs. No doubt about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. I think you raised 2 very important points. One was on the sunset clause of whatever incentives that we provide. At the same time, there's this approach of taking up cities, which has been taken up in multiple other geographies as well, and how we can deploy maximum number of vehicles there. I'll request Mr. Singh from Switch Labs if he can.
A very good afternoon, everybody. So we Switch Labs are EV native EV truck operating player, and we are already deployed. And between this Navratri to Deepavali, we are deploying another 30 trucks for 2 companies. And so from EV truck perspective, like already Rajiv sir said about efficiency. So just in our first deployment, we earlier on that route, diesel truck used to run around 60 to 70,000 kilometers. We run in 1 year 1,15,000 kilometers. So that kind of efficiency we are bringing. Obviously, the costing part, and we set the template like longer term contract period, unlike in traditional diesel truck. We are going for 1 year or 2 year kind of contract. We are here demanding with all our clients for a longer term, 8 years, 10 years contract period. And in fact, we have got a 10 years contract as well. But most of the cement company with whom we are talking to, including Rajiv's Ultratech as well, they are settling for 8 years contract. Our focus is very sharp, clear. We are only targeting hard to abate segment industries, cement, metal, port, and chemical. We are not, as of now, we are not targeting any FMCG or some those kind of industry, because we see that there is they will be the early mover. They have inherently, they are themselves trying to enter into this EV logistic space. Means like they have like they will be the first mover. And as of now, we are targeting around 150 by this 31st March 2026, this financial year, to be deployed and running EV trucks. So yeah, that's all in brief about us. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Singh. And long-term contracts, yes, will definitely infuse a lot of confidence. Mr. Gaurav, if we can have your remarks.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Abhist, representing ST Green Logistics. So first of all, it sounds very good and gives us an immense pleasure when the entire discussion for the whole day inside the room is about the electric heavy-duty trucks, since we being into the operations of these heavy-duty trucks only, and those 2 specifically electric ones. So, so let me share our experiences when we started these operations. So a lot of the points were already covered by other members. So one challenge what we had, that was the get in and get out time in the plants for the loading and unloading of the material. So we submitted a rationale with our clients, with our customers, told them about the maximum utilization of the vehicle, e-vehicles is required to have the financial viability. Lot of discussions were happened with the clients. They also understood. We got agreed on the green channel part, that specifically for the e-trucks, green channel mode would be provided. So this was one challenge which our clients also understood and had the provision of the green channel for faster get in and get out of e-trucks. So that's it from me.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Rai.
Good evening, everyone. I represent Transworld Mobility. We are a new age e-mobility platform where we typically own, operate, and maintain the commercial vehicles. As we speak today, we have close to 500 plus aggregated contracts of EV buses and trucks. And out of which probably 350 plus vehicles have been deployed as we speak today. Now coming to the pilots or the, what you say is trials, which we do. Transworld has immensely put a lot of effort, and we have done an exhaustive trials in various applications in the last 1.5 years. To be precise, we have done 15 plus trials in different applications, namely in the cement, steel, port, mines, textile, and also in the chemical sectors. Even in the cement sectors, we have done trials inbound, outbound, internal movement. When I say inbound, it's limestone movement or a coal movement. Outbound, basically cement bags. Internal movement like clinker movement. In the mining operations, we have done trials in the production, in the rehandling. Also, we have done the washery or from the mines to the direct plant kind of operations. In the port applications, we have done trials from vessel to yard, from yard to CFS, from dry port to the wet ports. So during these trials, we have got immense learnings where we have been able to understand that these deployment of ZET is very, very complex in nature as compared to buses, because we also operate buses. Most of our portfolio largely comprises of buses as we speak today, out of which trucks we have 75 trucks, and out of that 71 trucks we have deployed. Now, why it is critical is because in truck, there are many parameters, like what is the tonnage which you carry, because you have been paid on a per ton or probably on a per kg or on a per hour or on a per trip. Now, this is derived out of a lot of parameters. What is the tonnage you're moving? What is the transit time? What is the gradient of those routes where you're applying those vehicles? Again, you have to also understand which OEM you're choosing, because unlike your buses, in buses you have a 9-meter bus or 12-meter bus with the seating capacity almost standard. But in trucks, the number of OEMs which today you have, everyone comes with a different battery packs, with a different range, with different curve weight, because that decides the tonnage which you carry. So it's very critical to identify which OEM you partner with. Second, which is the specific route, which is the application, and then derive to the unit economics. So Transworld today, we feel very proud that we have a better understanding about how these trucks are operating, and we are an OEM agnostic platform, and we have conducted trials with almost most of the OEMs which are available today. So this is a short brief about what we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And it's a good problem to have. More OEMs. As per our study, close to 9 major OEMs are there, close to 16 models that are commercially available for people to take up. So I think that's a good problem. I'm sure more OEMs, more models will definitely come up. Last, Akhil, if we can have your.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for kind of having me in this panel as well. So my name is Akhil. I'll just give you a quick introduction of what Pulse Energy does as well. So typically when charge point operators want to set up chargers anywhere, there's power infra, there's hardware infra, and a software infra. These are 3 pillars that they lean on to kind of get that infrastructure set up. We provide the software infra, pan-India. We are the largest software infra provider in India. One example of this is any Uber Green cab that you pick up today across India, they will be using our software infrastructure to start and stop chargers. You have an MG motor vehicle, they'll also be using, those users will be using our platform to start and stop chargers. So one thing that we have, and just to share the insights that we have learned from our pilots here, 2 things. One, how much ever you try to digitize this entire flow, it ultimately falls on that one single human who's driving that truck. It's about figuring out what's the messaging to that driver. It's about figuring out okay, this is the station that you need to go, this is the gun that you need to pick up, here's how you need to charge. So we mastered that in working with Uber cab drivers. The best medium to do this is WhatsApp. On WhatsApp, just tell them this is where you need to go. Here's the gun. If they pick the wrong gun, you tell them no, don't do it. So that user experience matters most. We can do all the math and the logic here, but ultimately it's that the responsibility falls on the driver, because they are the ones controlling your vehicle and they are the ones who's managing where to charge. So that is one very big insight that we got. The second one is unifying all of these digital infrastructures that is out there, like chargers, buses, the truck telematics. What's the load that's on the truck such that you know what the degradation of SOC is and which station is going to get to. We had to do all of that math, and the problem is you're going to have it in very different, distinct, closed loop systems. How do you make it open, in an open loop network? And there's enough effort that's going on in India. I don't think it's happening anywhere else in the world. Even the ministry has now come on board with it. They're calling it the India Energy Stack. They've started building think UPI network for energy, right? So today you discover or you transact with each other through UPI. Similarly, any truck operator or OEM can access the charging infrastructure, offer the battery capacities that is there in that truck even as a demand response or demand flexibility over to a discom if necessary. So there's a lot of intelligence systems that's coming together, but the need is there. The market's already there as well. So that's the two insights that I have, the user experience and then adopting open loop standards. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhil. And I think what you said that, it's only in India that a lot of people are focusing on this aspect. I've seen a lot of FMS operators or developers are now integrating the EV-related aspects into their platform so that it becomes easier for people to easily navigate to the nearest charging station. And now I start the panel discussion, and I'll start with Mr. Mehta. I know you talked about these ZETs that you have piloted already. What I want to know from you is, how do you see ZETs fitting in your broader sustainability picture, net zero vision? You have a industry level vision of 2050 net zero target. How do you see that panning out with ZETs coming into picture?
Yeah. See, if we look cement as a business, last mile connectivity will always be by road. So without ZET, the goal of sustainability is not possible. And to start with, as we mature, the first phase will be for point-to-point movement, that will be clinker. That I expect a big future for entire clinker movement going on electric trucks, which is high capacity. The second will be on the price part of it, that in most of the cities, there are entry restrictions, so we need small vehicles in EVs. So if economic viability is there, then I see a great future of EVs in the cement movement as well. At present pricing, I think the economic viability of EVs is not there as far as small vehicles are concerned. But clinker, yes, for sure, I can foresee that there will be, as far as road movement is concerned, 50 to 60% clinker will be moving by EVs within 300 kilometer radius in next 3 to 4 years. That I can clearly see that that possibility does exist. It is green, sustainable, and economical. See, I tell you, whatever I may talk about sustainability, but if it is completely economically unviable, it won't work. It will be good to talk, but it won't be good to sustain. So economic viability and sustainability will go hand in hand, and they will go together. And in this moment, I can assure it will happen.
And has to be, I think, in a lot of other technologies that has been proven that, once they are economically viable, we have deployed significant amount of that technology. Mr. Palsania, you come from the same community. Care to weigh in on the same question?
I think first of all, what Rajiv said, I totally agree with that, we'll be first moving from point-to-point transportation. And clinker is the only commodity which generally moves point-to-point in cement sector. So what we are thinking is to make, we are working route by route. First we are setting up infrastructure like charging stations in one route, and then then ordering trucks and getting the deliveries. And we wish to, green for one route and then work on another route parallelly for the infrastructure. And route by route will be growing, and hopefully with all the support which definitely we expect from the government also, we'll be able to at least green all the routes in Rajasthan in next 2 years.
That's a major announcement. Thank you.
Parallelly, but I'd like to say that, for the audience here, that in HEMM also, using electric HEMM equipment is also very, very, in terms of savings part, I can say that you will be incurring very less expenditure, because you will be replacing diesel by, electric charging. And especially in those equipments which, like dozer or dumpers, dozers and excavators, where the per hour consumption is approximately 20 to 22 liters or 30 liters. So there is a good scope of introducing EVs there also. So we have almost ordered 12 such tippers across in Rajasthan as well as in eastern plants, and shortly they will be operating maybe maximum, so few are already operating and few will be operating by the year end.
Correct, and correct me if I'm wrong. Even the tippers that have been deployed with the cement industries or say coal mines, the usage terminology is usually from the number of hours of operation rather than the range that is provided,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I think that is a very critical aspect. Let's steer the conversation towards the logistics service providers, and we have multiple of them on our panel, and they have pure play electric truck-based logistics that they are providing. I want to start with Ajay. Can you provide more information on how it is being perceived by the consumers? Is there any demand from the consumer side to look at environmentally sustainable support that they can get from the logistics space?
So, hi. So our first truck is running with a cement player, JK Lakshmi Cement, and it took really long to convince all cement players to go for a longer tenure contract, but because that is not the practice. So yeah, but fortunately enough, every cement, metal, even port also are looking forward for 7 years kind of contract. So that is, and a chemical company has given us a contract. UPL has given a contract of 10 years. So we are in discussion for the second phase of contract with them. So that kind of contractual things is already there, and that ease away the pressure from our prospective financiers, debt providers. So debt is still a challenge in this industry because it's not very easy to get a cheaper debt, up to 10%, because as of now financing is happening at mostly from the NBFCs. So transport is there, and they will share their own story. But I know everybody is putting for that, and if this EV comes into PSL kind of segment, priority sector lending segment, then the scheduled banks will come forward and they will start lending at a lesser than 10% in single digit. So that will ease out more of pressure, and we'll be able to provide so our target is wherever we are doing this, providing this point-to-point EV logistic, our target is to at least at par either with the diesel or lesser than diesel rates. So this is our internal target. We are not touching even the routes where our rate will be higher, our own calculated rate will be higher than existing rates. So this is our own, and if we are running these trucks efficiently with certain intervention bringing cheaper electricity in open access and all, we can certainly say that it will be at least for the inbound and outbound both operations. Not outbound, but intermediate operation like clinker movement, as Rajiv sir said, or even in inbound operation limestone and these kind of materials, even in metal industries as well, like coal and some part from the port to factory kind of operations. It makes huge sense if you are running it efficiently to shift towards EV for client as well, because they will get a greener transport logistic at a little reduced rate, and the only thing that they have to go for is a longer term contract. So when I say long term contract, from the shipper perspective also, they have with one of the cement company, my experience is they took a little long time to determine long term availability of the material on that route, because 8 years are really long term, and they were saying that 5 years down the line we don't know. In that market, they are putting this PPC cement, which is using this fly ash kind of material, so and some slag or those kind of things. But they are not sure that how much time the market will whether flourish in next 5 years for that particular kind of cement or not. So that kind of challenges from the shipper's perspective we can understand, but overall I can see that cement industry has been early mover in adopting uh, heavy duty EV trucks, medium and heavy duty EV trucks, followed by metal industry. And port are also coming, like we are in talks with at least three ports, uh, two in western side of India, one in eastern side of India. So we are in very active discussion with them. And the next wave will means like from the port. So yeah, these are all our experiences. The only thing is like, before deploying it, as Transport has also said that we have to do a consultative selling. It's not as easy like just we get the contract and we deploy it. Before getting that contract, we have to do our own homework and very minute homework, that how much kilometer I have to, how I have to manage this operations. So it's like, in solar we used to say that as built, as design, as built. Similarly, we have to design this whole operation as a project, that whatever assumptions we have took before signing that contract, it should happen for 8 longer years. So in nutshell, like, you have to do the calculation of the electricity prices, you have to do calculation that what kind of topography and what kind of roads are there, because on each route, every EV truck will give you a different mileage. There are N numbers of OEM as of now. Earlier it was just Murgappa Group. Now there are like legacy OEM have also entered into this. So you have to, in fact, at some of the routes, you have to decide from the OEM perspective as well, that which OEM you have to choose, because there are certain, like advantage. Again, the battery size is different. Like someone has a 282, one player has a 242 kilowatt hour battery, and some has a 302 kilowatt hour battery. So there are N numbers of permutation combination you have to take into consideration before signing that contract. So it's not a and that's why traditional logistics, this is one of the key challenges why traditional logistics is not entering into this scene. They are master in doing this logistic thing, but these kind of things are like very hard for them. They have to unlearn something and then learn. And the blessing with all new age LSPs like us who are only into EV, that we don't have to unlearn something. We are learning from day zero. That's all.
Well, that's a very important point, and I think that is why we are seeing not many small to medium fleet operators also taking it up, not just from the cost side, but they also find it difficult from the capacity building space. And Mr. Gaurav, I do want you to respond to the same question, but there is also one important question around skills that I do want to ask. And let me paint a picture for you. So if there is one of your trucks goes to a charging bay, connects to a particular charging station, and starts charging, say suppose it is a 240 kilowatt charger. And after a certain point of time, you'll realize that the charging is only happening because, say, at 120 kilowatts. Then, there are multiple things that come to the fleet supervisor's mind, that whether the driver has done the right approach or not, or whether he's telling me the truth or not, whether the system is connected to a 240 kilowatt or a 120 kilowatt charger. Because the idea is that it's important to build the organizational capacity as well to understand that there is a phenomenon of power sharing that might be happening at the charger. There's another charger that got connected to the same station, and as there is another truck that got connected to the same station, and as a result, the power is split between the two. So I think what is required is how we develop the capacities of the organizational staff, who is at this point of time not looking at, is only looking at diesel, and what is the price of that diesel, but now has to transition towards kilowatt hour and the price associated with that, the time of day pricing, all of those aspects. Please.
Okay, so what I could understand from you, so you are talking about the smooth transition or the electrification of the existing fleet if a company wants to do. So there are certain factors. So a company, what they need to begin with, so first of all, they shall have to pick a very comprehensive kind of electrification plan, that how that is going to do happen. So the very first step towards this direction might be the formation of a dedicated team with the members from the cross-functional operations to decide that how that is to be implemented. Very clear goals are also required to be set, that what actually is to be achieved within a given period of time. Like how much cost reduction we are targeting for, how much CO2 emission reduction we are targeting for. So these kind of very clear goals and targets has to be set up in the very beginning. Apart from that, when this comes to driving partner part, a very comprehensive kind of training has to be given to the drivers. Drivers are to be educated about the technicalities of the electric vehicles, electric trucks. Drivers are to be trained, are to be educated for the for driving of the vehicles in the most efficient manner. Drivers are to be educated about the technologies and telematics installed in the vehicle so that he can obtain the maximum efficiency from the vehicles. So this is the driving partner part. Apart from this, I would also say, so there has to be a team to take care of the maintenance part of the vehicles, of these vehicles. So these fleet managers or these team members should have very in-depth knowledge as far as maintenance part is concerned, so that any such operational issues can be taken care of in a very efficient manner. So over the one more thing which a fleet manager needs to perform. So to analyze the data over a given period of time using the telematics installed in the vehicle, that how their fleet is performing. So based on all this, I believe that the whole system can be implemented in a very efficient manner and the fleet size can be increased gradually.
Great. Mr. Rai, I want to come to you now. I know you touch base upon some of the applications that you are already taking care of. But do you think there are other application areas where we require to do pilots, and if maybe other players in the ecosystem can chime in, I think that will be a good thing. But what are the key areas that you think we should definitely focus on?
So as I mentioned earlier, currently we are operating in the cement industry where we are doing a clinker movement for Ultratech. Parallelly, we are also doing a limestone movement from the quarry to the crusher. Two segment where we see that there is a huge demand and there could be a good acceleration in the ZET, that is the ports and the mining industry. Even Saurabh Palsane ji touched upon the mining sectors. We are not restricting ourselves to the dumpers. We are also talking about the other earth moving equipments, the excavators, the loaders, you have electric options available there. And the TCO is really very astonishing because the diesel equipment consume close to 20 to 25 liters per hour. And these equipments are operated close to 10, 12 hours. The dumpers are operated close to 18, 20, 22 hours, depending upon application to application. There probably the payback is close to 2-3 years, so it makes sense. So we see a huge demand in the mining side. We see a huge demand in the port side. Port especially from the dry port to the wet port, because you have a captive movement from point A to B, and you probably can get both side loads. So you're able to sweat the asset to its maximum. So we feel there's a huge demand in this sector.
Thank you. And I think the last question to Akhil, and before we wrap up, we'll also take a few questions from the audience. Akhil, at this point of time, if you look at India's logistics cost to GDP is hovering anywhere around 13 to 14%. Global average is around 8 to 10%. How do you think, and if we look at the entire trucking ecosystem, we have close to 75% of fleet operators who are actually small fleet operators. They are far away from the digitalization that is happening in the sector. How do you think we bring that entire ecosystem on the digitalization platform and help them out with the nuances of getting trained as well as getting reaping benefits out of the entire digitalization infrastructure?
So this is where I think the one-word answer to your question is aggregators, right? I think that's a role that we play. So as Gaurabji was saying, you have to set up a team to do all of this. The small trucking operators would not be able to do it. So our expertise is just in delivering that experience. So today, if you're a truck driver, you're at a station charging, and let's say something goes wrong, you don't know what's going on. They can just call us up, like through WhatsApp, so they can just dial in instantly. there is a skilled person on the other end helping that driver out, figuring out is this the right charger that they need to charge at. That expertise and that level of expertise will get distilled down. There will be a rise of those aggregators once this becomes mainstream. That's the only way it's going to work out. Like that's how, like the UPI apps, even when they started doing merchant acquisition, they used to go door to door to every seller and say, "Aap mera QR code chipka do," right? And that's the revolution that will happen. They'll go find those people. The only thing that we need to do in this room is enable and endorse open loop platforms or open loop digital solutions that allow interoperability to happen, right? Like, so the solutions like India Energy Stack, I keep coming back to it, but it's important for us as a country to start endorsing open loop systems so that it leads to the democratization of what we need to unlock. So that's my 2 cents into this. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And I think we'll come to the questions. That there are 2 things that I'll end with. One, there was one survey that was done for zero emission truck driving partners. And what we realized was that 100% of them said that their interaction with law enforcement agencies has reduced significantly. So I think that is one very key thing that has to come out in the open domain. The other aspect which we were not able to discuss, I'm sure that is something that other people will be very interested in knowing about, is that at the existing public charging stations that are there and the kind of infrastructure that is there, is that suitable enough for the 2030 target that we have in mind? Or do we have to look at other areas of battery swapping or megawatt charging systems where the stoppage time is more or less very similar to the hours of service regulation? And will that be the right approach for us going forward? With that, I'll stop. Thank you for being here. We'll take a few questions from the audience.
One question I wish to ask, and before I ask my question, I wish to compliment each one of you for doing wonderful spotlight session. To me, this is the best session, and I wish next year we will have more sessions like this. My question might sound little probing into your work, but it is not intended to do that. It is intended to do what we could not do on Chennai and Trichy. There are 4 components which I'm going to say, outline. These 4 components, how you handled into your pilot is what in 1 line or 2 words you can say. Number 1 is vehicle comes with a certain type of guarantee, warranty, services. Few of them, they are factory warranties, and few of them, they are roadside warranties. How do you manage to deliver, or do you manage to access it for your vehicle? Second, battery has on-road issues. At some time, some storage, some type of handling, also with the vehicle, with the battery. So what type of SOP you have managed, and whether you developed it in collaboration with a same agency, what we try to do with COEZ, IT Madras, or it is you are doing at your own. Third is fire is a big issue. One case of truck on fire can upset a lot of contracts which are under deployment. So how did you manage water browser, or what safety mechanism you took? And the last is there any control room you managed to set up for having the data that you are receiving from truck and triggering all these services which you will be able to deliver? These all 4 questions we could not answer because we entered into pilot very late. We only had 45 days to do pilot, and we did not have players who deliver all this. We only had OEMs and all. So if anybody will be able to answer it. Thank you.
There's one more question. We'll take the questions first, and then we can.
No, my name is Karni Singh. I just wanted to know that how is it that cement is so adequately or even overrepresented, and steel and mining is not even represented? So what's the issue? The second question is, going forward, how do you see the challenges of LNG trucking or hydrogen, etc., which is a little far away, but why should electric guys not have minor apprehensions about whether they could be driven out of, there could be better technologies or more optimal technologies?
One more question, please.
This end of life of EV vehicles. Normally the vehicles, the diesel, they have the 10 years, the petrol 15 years. What is the end of life of the EV trucks? That is important. Resale of EV trucks, freight trucks. Is there any buyback arrangement by the company? Now the present, the traditional trucks are there. Is there any policy by the government or by the company which they can say, okay, you bring the old diesel truck, we'll give you some the value and take the new EV trucks with some concession, some taxation. And yes, the leakage of battery leakage. Is there any safety barriers or what is the precaution? Thank you.
How about we start with Abhijit ji's questions and on about warranty. Ajay, you can take the warranty question.
So warranty part, we are overly relying on OEM only, and obviously, like from the 1 year earlier to now, we have a more stringent warranty clauses in place with respect to OEM, and on the control room, obviously, like Transvolt, I know we already in process of setting that control room. On the third party, we are developing our own, telematics and ecosystem. That is already in, version 1.0 we are expecting to come in next couple of months. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, these things are already in place. And I think as per my knowledge, like most of the logistic players who are EV only logistic players are developing on their own. Because there are so many things, we are already doing a lot of things on the route to route and from the OEM to OEM. So that's why it's best suited for us to develop our own system rather than an existing this intelligence system. We did try to collaborate with some of the players, but we didn't find much of value there, unfortunately. But
Sorry, there is paucity of time. There's only one question that we'll answer on the on-ground issues, if there's any.
Sorry?
On-ground issues.
See, so we have built a complete 360 IT tech platform where we control and we monitor every bit and piece of our vehicle. We have integrated with the different OEMs, and what we are trying to do is we are monitoring even at the battery level if there is any thermal inflation in terms of the battery. There are some trigger points, and we immediately that alarm has been set, and the supervisor or the driver has been intimated about it, and so that it is taken care of. Apart from that, in the fire side, what it was rightly pointed out, unfortunately, no one is talking about this. Everyone are talking about finance, but insurance is a very critical role here. Unfortunately, we had discussions around insurance that the premiums are high, but I'll go one step ahead. There are certain risks which the insurance companies are not covering. For instance, an electric vehicle, typically when the electric vehicle is getting charged, there is a possibility there could be a fire incident when the vehicle is getting charged. But unfortunately, none of the insurance companies are underwriting those risks. Second, when the vehicle is probably during the transit, there could be thermal surge. Probably there could be a fire kind of an incident. Unfortunately, the insurance companies are not underwriting that risk. But thanks to us, probably I'm taking the credit because for the last 1 year, we fought with New India Insurance and we have been able to crack this, and we got an electric surge add-on for commercial vehicles specially. So today we have that cover. But unfortunately, only one insurance company is giving it. We'll have to have more sessions or think tanks, or probably bring in IRDA and have some regulatory policies in and around for the insurance to cover the fire risk.
Thank you. A big thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to the audience for being so wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. A huge round of applause. I think these are true testaments which will be crucial to build the initial momentum in the industry and also bring everyone together and build the stakeholder confidence. I request Mr. Saraswat to please present the panelists with a token of appreciation. Excuse me. A huge round of applause to all the front leaders and the front runners in the industry, please. We request everyone to kindly move towards the tea and coffee zone. You can grab your tea and coffee and then come back for the next session. We have 5 minutes to addresses one of the most critical enablers of zero-emission trucking adoption, which is financing and institutional frameworks. As we all know, the transition to electric trucks requires not just technology, but also innovative financing models, risk-sharing mechanisms, and institutional support. This session will bring together leaders in financing, industry players, and ecosystem enablers to explore how can we create a scalable and sustainable financing pathway for zero-emission trucks in India. We're privileged to have a distinguished set of panels with us. I now request all the panelists to join us on the stage. Shri Rohan Galla, CFA, QFOP Spectrum Impact. Ms. Neha Agarwal, Founder, Light Road. Shri Sanjeev Kulkarni, CEO, Billion E-Mobility. Shri P.V. Satyanarayana, Chief Business Officer, IPL Tech. Christoph Wolf, CEO, SFC. A warm welcome to all of you. The session will be hosted by Mr. Joseph Teja, Senior Consultant, Drive to Zero India, CalSTART, and moderated by Mr. Arun Krishnan, Program Director, Climate Finance, WRI India. Over to you, Joseph.
Thank you so much. First of all, many congratulations and thanks to Niti Aayog and the WRA on this EFA's third annual summit. And it was so privileged and so enriching to have these wonderful conversations around the e-trucks. And I am Joseph Teja representing CalSTART. CalSTART is a global think tank, and we are working around the electric trucks and electric bus policies. We also work across 40 governments and 250 plus global companies around these electric truck deployments through our global initiative called Global MOU, and some of you are already part of this network. So jumping onto the India's context, so quickly, this is the last session. I'll try to keep it very brief, and we'll hand over to Arun to deliberate more on the discussions. So trucks, it's a small wedge, but has a huge scope to create a huge impact and powerful impact. 4% of truck fleet totally on the road, and cause 55% of total diesel consumption is done by the trucks, carrying almost 70% of logistics, and also 71% of CO2 emissions comes from the road transport, comes from the trucking sector. Saying that, electric trucks are also kind of primed in India, and there is a lot of interest from the Indian OEMs who are now offering electric trucks across various different duty cycles that we all know. I heard in the last session, there's 13 OEMs with 16 products they've come up with. And there are policy tailwinds like PME drive and state EV policies are trying to stimulate this demand across the electric trucks. Through EFAST, there's a demand signal that had come from the 16 LSPs that has been there, has been announced in G20, India's G20, during India's G20. And the numbers are also working in the right lane, in the sense like TCO is making close to parity in certain use cases, for example, closed loop cases that are working out very well. And SME fleet operators are actively exploring long-term contracts, which we have heard. Saying that, that the stars are almost closely aligned, like in terms of technology, in terms of kind of policy, and the almost close to the demand also. But the issue is, the barrier is the financing. So we all know our SMEs are the backbone for the logistics sector. But the issue is there is lack of suitable financing product is making the adoption, innovating in this ecosystem, working around this ecosystem is getting very difficult. the main challenges we are looking at, we have heard many of them. One is the, for example, for lenders, it is the increased exposure more than what they're trying to today financing. When it comes to the diesel, it's almost like twice or thrice that we are looking at. Also increased need for collateral and the perceived technology and residual value risks. Saying that, what are the opportunities, in the financing and the institutional works where I want an esteemed panelist to deliberate is, how do we de-risk this electric truck transition? Couple of ideas is like, hey, we have seen what worked in electric bus sector. Can we, with PME drive extended for 3 more years, can we look at, yes, we start with incentives. Now, can we also look at, payment security guarantees that e-bus sector has seen? Can we leverage some kind of guarantee products for trucking sector also to enable or take the risk, take the risk from the SME operators. Now, the another thing that we can also look at is another opportunity is in terms of policy reforms, which is in the infrastructure status. When Government of India has notified, there is a clause called dense charging infrastructure, where they have put like 2,000 megawatt, hour of dense charging infrastructure under the infrastructure status. What it does? So basically, if any CPO who has a capability to achieve 200 megawatt hour at one location, then they'll get a concessional loan around at 8% from IFCL or NAFID, such kind of organization. But putting 200 megawatt hour in one location is not possible. Is there a possibility to do some kind of reforms around that, such kind of, looking at 1 to 5 megawatt hour? If CPOs, if we have such kind of policy reforms, then that will unlock a lot of finance for the CPOs. It'll make, basically increase their net cash flows, things like that. And affordable truck loan rates, interest loan rates. Looking at, there are, the PSAs has recommended bunch of recommendations. One is like, around the CSR funds. Can we have such kind of funds, set up financing instruments, bring down the loan cost for the SMEs? And finally, the method of, globally what we are trying to looking at. So as I mentioned earlier, CalStat has 300 plus global companies that we work around the electric truck and bus system. One of our company has already deployed 2,000 trucks and buses, and they've electrified 200 plus bus depots. And how they're achieving the scale is like they're decoupling the assets. So the chassis, the battery, and the charging infra. So they finance these three, but decoupling them and trying to work around longer tenure, like 15 years. Then this kind of model becomes, it's no more like your regular truck financing. It will become a infrastructure financing. Then there is a huge potential. It completely changes the dynamics. So I leave a couple of thoughts around these ideas. With that, I'll ask Arun to moderate the panel with our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joseph. Okay, so we have a very interesting lineup in our panel. And I want to really drill deep into how we can move beyond pilots into contracting. That's something which, that's a phrase which stuck to me since morning. Yeah, so let's begin. I want to start with Mr. Satyanarayana, who's the Chief Business Officer in IPL Tech. For scale up, you require, financiers need some sort of guarantee, be it batteries, be it other elements of this new technology. And financiers have n number of things which they can finance, so they need more clarity in what they are financing. Only then they'll have the confidence, right? So can you elaborate a little bit on what IPL Tech is doing or what industry is doing or can do to bring this clarity?
Thanks, Arun. See, what we look at IPLT is that, the way we do the partnering with end users and LSPs, we also need to partner with the financiers. So the idea today is that, end user expects a freight reduction. We heard in the previous session that, the freight reduction is required. And LSPs are new age LSPs who are coming into this field. And technology is new and adoption levels are low. So that is where what is as an OEM that we can play a role to give the confidence to the financiers so that they can actually fund aggressively, so that the more and more LSPs will come and more vehicles will come on road. We look at, I'll start with what we do, is how do we protect, like customer we protect, how do we protect the financial? So what we are talking about, majority of the today's contracts are long-term contracts, which are 8 to 10 years contracts. So that is one piece where we also work with end users and LSPs to get those kind of contracts so that they're secured for the life cycle. That is point number one. In doing that, what is required is that from an OEM side, we also need to ensure that the vehicles are running for that period and without any problem. So what is required? What is required is that, we give an uptime to the customer, that we will give you an uptime of 95%, so that the trucks are up and running always. That's the one thing what we do. The number two, what we do is, we also validate the business cases of all our LSP cases. Okay, whether these vehicles are actually, when they run for 8 years contract, whether they're making money or not, enough money or not. So that we are also conscious that whoever is investing on our product are actually getting money, so that they don't lose money. This is another piece what we do. The third thing what we do is utilization. It's not about just selling the truck and leaving it there. So what we also do is we monitor their utilization, whether whatever is made in the business case, whether those number of trips or number of kilometers and month on month running or not. So this way what will happen is, whatever are the bottlenecks which are coming in the process of running those vehicles, whether it is the kilometers, whether it is unloading, loading, unloading issues, whether it is the driver issues, or whether it is a vehicle issue. So we will be able to pinpoint and also discuss, go back and discuss with them, so that these issues are actually removed, so that they can run more number of kilometers, whatever has been premised. So that when they run, they'll be able to pay the EMIs properly. This is another thing what we look at. In the today's scenario, because majority of the contracts are point to point. That means, the contracts are taken at a point A to point B. So it is very easy for any financier and anybody to identify what the vehicles are actually, how the vehicles are running. And they cannot be redeployed somewhere else that, the way diesel trucks are done. So it is a safe asset in a way that, they were actually working on it. We give AMCs for 10 years so that the customers are protected for all kinds of maintenances, whatever are coming up. The battery is one piece where everybody are worried that what we do is we give the AMCs with battery and without battery, so that for his contractual period, he's been completely 100% protected. This is another thing what we do. Another thing what we can, partner with the finance fraternity is the usage of telematics. How do we use the telematics and give them the confidence that, one is the performance side, the other one is the vehicles are actually, they can track the vehicles, whatever is the intended usage and intended, geofencing, whatever we are doing it actually are well within that. I think these are some of the points what we do as an OEM. And another thing what we do is we also do the customers on-site support so that the vehicle uptime is guaranteed. All our sites are on-site support service we give it. Nobody has to go to any dealership. So that is how what we are doing is that, our bit of piece to enable this, journey, transition into EV journey, we are doing it. And so far we are successful. That's how we have sold more than 350 vehicles and up and running. I think it is important for every player, whoever is coming into this field, to look at comprehensively and work towards it so that the LSP is benefited and also the financials are protected for their funds. That's what is my piece from this one.
Thank you for that, sir. But I just wonder, and we'll probably come to it in the next round, that validating the business cases seems, it's a great value-added offering which you do, but how scalable is it as your numbers grow would be something that needs to be seen. Moving on to Neha, who's the founder of Light Road. Just stepping back, there have been industries which have grown from scratch in India, like for example, solar. So are there any lessons we can draw from other such industries on how financing can really grow for a nascent sector?
Absolutely. So, if I talk a little bit about Light Road as well, so before going into that question, so Light Road is basically building an impact financing platform where the idea is to design and manage blended finance solutions, and we've been discussing this since morning in bits and pieces as well, right? That how innovative financing can really play a role in bridging some of the financing gaps across sectors, including climate. So what we do at Light Road is that we mix various capital coming from philanthropy, CSR, and bringing in the private capital from banks and NBFCs to bridge the financing gap which is there. Then talking about the question, Arun, which you asked, definitely there are a lot of examples if we look at, and you rightly said about the renewable energy as well. So in the renewable sector, if I talk about, government played a very catalytic role by kind of forming the kind of agency called IRIDA. So the role of IRIDA was to provide the subordinated support or de-risking the financing which was happening so that the senior lenders can really come into in the solar and this wind, right? So that is where government played a very catalytic role out there by providing the subordinated or the de-risking of the overall lending. Then if I talk about the microfinance industry, a few years back, there were high risk perceived when the lending used to happen for the low-income borrowers, right? So out there, we have seen how the pooled guarantees from the DFIs has played a role, and now the lending to these low income borrowers have been possible in the microfinance industry, and it's flourishing as well right now. One more example I would want to touch base is on the skill financing part, where Light Road is also working upon is the students or the youths who really wants to pursue aspirational skilling courses. And there's a clear white space that one, either the option is that the CSR grants comes in and they give money to the student to pursue those courses. The second is the NBFCs are not lending right now in that sector. So how we are solving this problem is we are already piloting this with one of the CSR donors that they are providing the interest linked incentives plus the initial EMIs when the student is undertaking the course. Right, so and we are also looking at options of providing guarantees at the pooled level so that the NBFCs can lend to this segment. So that is where, designing these solutions, if I look at in the industries at a nascent stage, and if we design these innovative financing mechanisms so that we can bring in the government-backed catalytic support alongside with the CSR or the philanthropic capital to really have certain pooled guarantees or say interest-linked incentives really helps the lenders to come into the segment where the perceived risk is high. And once the data sets are in place with these structures, after a few years, that become market-led model. So that is the way forward how the financing can happen in any nascent sector, even like what we are talking about in the EV sector.
So I hear a lot about government backing as well as guarantees, pool guarantee or any other sort of guarantee. So we'll touch upon it in the next round because, given the RBI regulations, which is a year before they have clamped down on guarantees, right? So how does it really work? That is something which we can really discuss about in the next round. Coming to Rohan, who's the Managing Director for Spectrum Impact. So you head a family office and do investments, right? So as a private investor, how do you balance the dual goals of driving decarbonization, right, in logistics sector or any other sector, while also ensuring strong financial returns?
Thank you for that, Arun. I'm actually not the managing director, I'm the CEO, kind of helping run the family office. I'll just give you a little minute on Spectrum Impact. So Spectrum Impact is the family office of one of the promoters of Aarti Industries, which is a specialty chemicals company. And over the last 7-8 years, the family's been very focused on investing time, money, energy into climate and sustainability solutions. I was talking to Sinha sir here, and we look at ourselves as problem solvers. So we like it when people come to us with problems, and we try to solve those problems. So in that light, Arun, some of the work that we do, I think, to what Neha alluded, because we're a family office, this is proprietary capital of a particular family that have a philanthropic bent of mind. So the clarity that the family has had, and it would be great if more families in the country could kind of build some philosophy around this, is that it's kind of a venture philanthropy model that, I am happy giving philanthropy anyway to, support some organizations, some causes, etc. Can I also use some of that capital, which is high risk capital? I may lose that money, but can I do that in supporting ventures that could otherwise pay off significantly more? So, just as an example, we three-wheeler electric vehicles, commercial electric vehicles in the country had the same problem, starting problem, that, how does one underwrite this when an NBFC comes in and says that, show me data. The previous panel also said that, I need to see data, but, it's a chicken and egg situation that, somebody has to deploy the capital first so that the data can be seen. So we started looking at the passenger vehicle financing, and what was very clear is that nobody was underwriting the asset. It was about the individual. But when it comes to anything on the commercial side, especially if you have a driver cum owner, who's a person who's really doing this on a daily wage, essentially kind of basis, and he wants to buy a vehicle, how do they do that and participate in the entire transition? So we took up that initial kind of risk to deploy capital and see that, create that data. So we helped with an NBFC that funded these things, and at the end of the day, because of that, some companies were able to get equity financing, and then more NBFCs had the data to say that we can then finance things. In fact, sir may not know, but we also did a little bit of funding to IPL Tech before Murugappa Group came in. And the thought process was the same. This was, post-COVID, supply chains were busted. They had imports that needed to come in from China. Here, their customers weren't getting, and some of the customers are probably in the room, they weren't getting the trucks. So, we needed working capital to sort of grease the wheels. So, it's trying to bring a venture philanthropy angle to this. So, if the returns come, that's great. And, what the philosophy here is, if I get great returns, for most family offices, a 2-4% alpha does not change anything in the lifestyle of the promoters or the principals. It kind of goes back into a pool, which kind of circulates back. So our philosophy is this is an evergreen fund. I want a great return because then I can do more of the work that I'm doing. If I lose some money, I put it in my philanthropy hat, and just what she was talking about, we do the blending in our head, I think.
As you said, it would be great if more family offices, get into sustainability. Moving on to Mr. Sanjeev Kulkarni, who is the CEO of Billion E. So your e-MaaS, e-mobility as a service model, bundles trucks, charging, and telematics. How are your long-term e-truck contracts structured? And do you get project financing by structuring it that way?
Thank you, Arun. I think you well described what we do. And that goes back before answering to the finance part. Entire day, I think we have seen transition to electric is not just, you have money, you buy electric and then deploy. So I think other panelists and also the audience talked about, it's a solution-based selling. And what we try to do at Billion is that, because most of the shippers, they need the guarantee that when I switch from my existing diesel trucking-based transportation to electric. I need the guarantee that the truck reaches on time, and I get my delivery. My turnaround time is not impacted, and most probably my cost of shipping, just because I'm using a more cleaner transport, is not going high. So at Billini, we looked at how do we integrate this. So we need, like the highways are created, now we need to create e-highways. So while the lot of efforts happening from the government side, along with our group company Charge Zone, we identified the corridor. We started setting up the super fast charging network. And on those roads, we started putting our trucks. And then, I think somebody else also in the previous session talked. Telematics is not just only, identifying the GPS location and tracking the vehicle. With EV, you need to do a lot more monitoring. It's health of the vehicle, health of the battery, health of your driver, health of the charging station, because you would have planned that I will go to a charging station A after 150 kilometers. But what if that station is down, power is down? So you need to know that that the station is alive, and it has got a slot. So the trucker, when he comes in, there is a slot, he plugs in, charges, and then he moves. So we brought in all these things integrated. And now from an end user, the shipper who is giving this contract, he is able to see all these things. So he knows exactly if my truck has entered a charging station. So it is all geofenced. He knows the vehicle has stopped for 45 minutes, but not any abnormal issue. It is stopped for charging. So that's why that connected e-platform is what we have created, and that is helping us. And coming to the finance part of it, I think one basic understanding, all of us, we need to look at it. This is the energy asset on the wheel. Yeah, so we should look at more as a long-term financing than 2-year, 3-year, and a traditional diesel vehicle. As a first owner, I would buy a diesel vehicle. After 3 years or 4 years, I'll sell it off. I make money, and that's how. So during the operation time, probably he's only covering the cost, and when he sells, then he gets that money. So that's how the traditional normal diesel trucking is happening. But here you have, thanks to OEMs, they are bundling the AMC, like PVS mentioned. You can take with battery. So your doubts about the battery technology, your doubts about EV maturity, these are all, I think OEMs, they know their job. I think we should leave it to them. They will give you that assurance. But the data, what is available, for example, now at Billion, almost last year, first week of August, I onboarded first vehicle. And today we are almost, we wanted to finish 100 before 31st, unfortunately because of holidays, and today we are completing about 100 trucks on road. Yeah, and it's not easy to, the journey was hard. But today I can proudly say that we have more than 1 million commercial kilometers run. And these are not closed circuit. I think there are many good examples available in the cement corridor, steel corridor, intra-plant movements. But here we took a bold step of taking our trucks on the highways. I take the consumer loads, FMCG, FMCD, e-commerce, automotive parts, plastics, so varieties of material, pharma, API material, electronic goods, phones and laptops, many of those products. So the customer portfolio is quite large. And the pilots, here I think many of the people talked about pilot. And what is the benefit of that pilot to others, I would say, that you have this data. Yeah. So if whether it is an insurance company or a financier, he knows that these trucks are no longer an experimental prototypes. They are reliable. So the insurance can be, companies can be rest assured, finance companies can be rest assured. So that's how we looked at it. So it's more like a project financing. Now, there are other opportunities we see while securing this payment is not easy from the lenders. It takes time. They need to do a lot of due diligence and then release the money. But I see for an acceleration, while we are looking at government to provide demand incentives and many other toll waivers, etc. that will be part of the government. But from an end user, the shipper's point of view, my submission is that no, they are not carrying big risk. No, we as a trucker, I am investing on the truck, I am investing on the driver. Mostly along with the CPO as a consortium, we are investing on the charging. For the shipper, he is only taking the risk of shifting from diesel to electric. Okay. And if my performance is not okay, he can always terminate the contract and go back to his traditional way. So being that a comfort for them, if they can think of vendor financing, yeah, better payment terms. Today I do my shipping and I have to do 30 days of service and then submit the invoice and then wait for another 30 days to get the payment. So the payment terms of 60 days to sometimes 70, 75 days. If they can introduce a vendor financing, where 15 days I can get the payment. And this will help. So this is indirectly shows the better cash balance in our books. And anybody who is coming as a financier, he sees that there is the financing is good. Second request what we make to all the shippers and those who want to shift from diesel to electric. So trust the vehicles and give a 5-year, 7-year, 8-year contracts. And today, this is a struggle. There are few like cement, steel, etc. They're coming forward to give a long-term contract. But most of the other segments, beyond 1 year, they are not willing. And that is the, in my view, it's my, maybe I'm personally wrong, but for all the financiers and lenders, that is the biggest showstopper. Because they don't know if after 1 year, for whatever reason, you don't like my face, so the contract is cancelled. So what will happen to those electric trucks? Okay, and if I'm not able to service that loan, in other case you can take them, auction them, and recover your money. But with electric, the financial institutions are not sure of it, and that is the reason they need a bankable customer who is your customer, and then he is issuing a long-term contract. And I think all those who care about sustainability and a long-term benefit. So today, our submission, I think many of you are agreeing. If I am able to do a 4-year loan, the vehicle can service for 7 years. At the end of 4th year, you already reduce your per kilometer tariff. So in a 7-year contract, as a shipper, he is going to gain much more savings than what he is paying for today for the diesel transport. I think these are 2-3 things which will enable faster adaptation for even small players. Yeah.
But I do wonder, the same individual who's driving a diesel truck, they're getting the loans based on their track record, even if they have a 1-year contract with the shipper. But for e-trucks, it is more difficult because of the technology risk rather than the individual, I suppose. Right? So that is, I think, it would take a little bit of time and demonstration to show the banks that this risk is non-existent. Or
another submission is to the OEMs. How many e-truck advertisements you have seen by Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, or any legacy players? Yeah, are they focusing on electric trucks as their portfolio, or they just want to satisfy mandates that I too have an electric truck? Yeah, so this is, I think, very important. So today you will see new age companies, startups and new age companies, whether it is IPLT, iBoard, Ecom Mobility, Propel Engineering. So there are many of those who are there. Today, I think morning, sir, you listed about 6, but I counted about 10, 55 tonners. So there is a choice for us to choose between the truck players. But the legacy players, I think, have a lot more responsibility towards creating this awareness. You don't see any e-truck advertisements. Very rarely, I think very recently, one of the OEM launched a new product catalog. Yesterday I got the soft copy of it. But I think this is almost after 1 year of launch of the product. Yeah. So I think it's a collective effort if we want to do the transition. Otherwise, 500,000, maybe I will put, we have a target to do 250. I'm confident. Before December, I'll put 250. Before March, 350. This I will do. I think Anish talked about a similar number. Satya is talking about some 2,000 truck sales. But these are small numbers. Today we sell about 4 lakh commercial vehicles in N to N3 category. And we should target at least 5-6% in this current year. And by 2030, 10% of this trucking should happen. Because commercially it makes viable, you know, it's a no rocket science. I think we don't need any convincing that no diesel versus electric is cheaper. Yeah.
Just a quick comment on that. I mean, because, you know, we went through the same thought process that, you know, three-wheeler electric vehicles, when we began this, like, about three and a half years back, the challenge really was, who are these people who were selling these, and you know, are they bankable? So technology risk is one thing, right? There is a cell and a battery that's come from somebody else. Ultimately, the value is of the battery and the, you know, the battery pack. How does one bank on all of these things? And I think the point that he made is important, that I think the larger OEMs, it's kind of attendant on them to make sure that they can come out and say that, you know, we are here supporting this technology, and that things are okay. Because, you know, the question really is, what will happen to the battery? I mean, and unfortunately, you know, and we've also been hurt a little bit. I mean, you know, we've seen the last 1 year, on the electric mobility side, there's been a little bit of an implosion in the Indian ecosystem, right? I mean, what happened with a few of the players, some of the manufacturers also, you know, battery prices I've known people where, you know, the battery prices were contracted, that, you know, there is a sale agreement with a recycler for end-of-life battery. But you see what's happened in China and the prices, and, you know, people have reneged on those contracts. So, you know, unfortunately, this is a reality, and as a financier is likely to be obviously risk averse about this. So, people talking about the fact that this is now dependable for the life of the asset, whether end of life happens or not, is very, very important, I think.
Valid points. I think let's go to Christoph to get his perspective across the world, right? I mean, what is happening in Europe and other parts of the world? They must be facing some similar problems, right?
Yeah, thanks, Arun, and thanks for having me again on this important topic. So indeed, we work on this movement from startup to scale up in multiple geographies, and obviously, given that electric trucks are capex heavy, financing is always a key issue. And the capital costs are a reflection of risk. Now, we talked about some of the risks that are at play. So we talk about technology risk. The asset is not so known and under certain climate conditions, so there are maybe complicating factors, so technology risk. There is a residual value risk that's connected to that. There is obviously, that is in India specifically, but also in other geographies, there's a counterparty risk because of the fragmentation of the players. And there may be risk that are operational with the uptime, charging, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is true everywhere. Yeah. So your question is, how is it handled in different places? So first of all, we talked earlier today, and I think that's no coincidence, that there are early adopter cases where the economics make sense. So if these trucks run more than 14,000 kilometers a month, then the economics are there. Yeah. So even if the truck is expensive. And that's the reason why there are some early adopter cases, closed loop, predictable routes, where some of these uptime risks, charging risks, etc., are not there. And as actually the counterparty risk can be mitigated by basically a longer term contract. It's predictable routes, and even if the individual operator basically defaults, the asset could stay with the leasing company and given to another one. Yeah, so I think there's ways to deal with this. So it's no coincidence, and that's actually, if you look at how China came to 80,000 trucks, it's because they with a lot of consequence went to those early adopter use cases to build scale first. Yeah. Now you get to the next level, which is where you have to combine onto corridors or other use cases, multiple shippers. So that's actually where we are very engaged on in different geographies. And I think here we see more and more players like yourselves, yeah, like Billion E and Transworld and Switch Labs coming in, who kind of bundle, yeah, so who bundle those risks, yeah. But still, I think what's important is what the colleague from IPLT said, so that we see alliances between OEMs and finance operators, because some of the technology risks and also of the residual value risk is actually can be linked, can be handled by the OEM. I think the OEM has a connection to the battery makers. I mean, the battery makers are typically quite bullish on the battery performance. Yeah, so they would say that it's not degrading, and by the way, it's 10 years, it's longer than the truck runs in its first life, in its first. So I think if you can bring all these parties, bundle that with finance, I think you can actually handle some of most of these risk categories. And if you do it in an environment where the contract period, or you find either a contract period which is longer or like a revolving scheme. You often see also 1 year, but these kind of relay contracts, yeah? Then you can actually deal with some of that. The key thing is, I think the conceptual building blocks for all of that are all there. So I think Joseph and we had a chance under EFAS to work together on the finance pillar. I think has described it well. It's being, you find unbundling battery as a service model, but new rebundling of the asset and the financing in a way that actually the risk get managed or can get managed. And I think the key thing is to get to make these things happen. Yeah, so to do more experimentation on it. Yeah, so because I think there are any combination of risks and you can only explore that if you go into real use cases. So we have, as Smart Freight Center, have done like a year ago a strategic partnership with SITBI, especially because of the fact of the fragmented carrier space and the fact that you want to give access also to small operators to electric trucks. So we're working actually pretty advanced in working with one of the logistics operators. So they and a multilateral development bank in creating a facility that could encompass 6,000 trucks and with risk-sharing facility, first loss guarantee. And so that would be that could be another product which you wouldn't see so much elsewhere because it's less fragmentation, etc. But could actually help to kickstart it on India. And the key thing is to get all of this actually into experimentation mode. Yeah, so to work with the shippers and their carriers and basically see, okay, in order to convert that, what's needed and who can actually carry what risk. And I think in principle, the product spectrum is there, and also the actors that could help to, bring it about.
Right. So I will stay with you, Christoph. We'll come in reverse order for this last round. So you did mention that Europe had some of the similar, I would say, starting conditions for introducing electric trucking as India. But infrastructure policy would be different, right? For example, you would have large truck stations, at least in US, right? There are large truck stations in which there might be 500 or 1,000 trucks which can park, which may not exist in India, right? It is coming up, but may not exist. Cost structures vary, infrastructure varies, the policy vary. So how do you evaluate which markets are ready for electric trucks and which ones we need to wait a bit longer? Is it just, I know Smart Freight Center is very bullish on India when it comes to electric mobility. Is it just a size of the market which is the proxy, or are there any other conditions?
So if I compare, we are active with this in 5 markets, but let me compare China, India, US, and Europe. Yeah. So China is doing their basically a very structured path, going first into these cement, port, steel, etc. use cases, and basically pretty much mandating that they go electric because the economics are there, and they help on infrastructure, but I think it's pretty top down. So the next level, when it is bundling demand, getting FMCG and other sectors in, then they actually are in the same place as India or Europe or US. So you need to experiment, you need to have some sort of infrastructure policy. I come to that in the case of Europe, where you basically mandate states to to say, okay, every so many kilometers you need actually such a truck stop in development, and basically find ways in order to activate the private sector to make that happen. So China. So Europe actually has a stronger policy. So they have a fuel efficiency norm, like the one that is being introduced now in India by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So OEMs know that they actually have to sell a certain share of their vehicles as electric vehicles. And in addition, they have the so-called AFIR, which basically mandates countries now to put in charging infrastructure. So there's actually pushes on two levels. It's still the shippers that only move towards electric trucks if they get the loads moved at diesel prices, yeah, and they want all the certainty of the guarantees of the carriers that their services will be done. So you have a stronger policy, but you still need the shippers, the carriers, and the CPOs, the charge point operators, to work together in order to get this done. This is happening again on a corridor by corridor level. There's like here, there's like the 10T corridors, which is a corridor model of the most busy corridors, and that is being deployed one by one. There's also 10 corridors which are the most busy ones, and we play a core role in aggregating demand and building corridor by corridor use cases. Yeah, and then actually the finance is less. You don't need basically the OEMs are pretty active. Yeah, so also in infrastructure development, they have actually put together a joint venture in order that takes the lead. And so that is actually happening. In the US currently with the new administration, the policy has gone away. Yeah, so there's actually no policy to support. But given that there's long runs and also very entrepreneurial scheme, there's again a medium heavy duty corridor system, and there are finance players that work together with the OEMs. So like we work a lot with like big banks that have contracted with the large OEMs on guarantees and technical guarantees, and they basically provide e-truck as a service to players or to combination of players on those corridors. Yeah, so the financing is an issue. So they want guarantees if they give it to small carriers by the shippers, but actually it's moving as long as the economics are there, so the finances will come.
Right. Okay. So Amji, we are looking at building up the economics of it. So as long as the economics are there, the financing will come. That is the crux of it, right? I mean, financiers want to wait till the end, till everything is clear before entering the picture, right? Okay, moving on to Sanjeev ji, and I've been told that we are running out of time, so I would appreciate it if the rest of us can keep the answers to maybe 2 minutes. Sorry about that. But given your fast growth, what role do you think that digital aggregators and fleet sharing platforms can play in lowering the entry barriers in this business?
I think this is a good point. Today we have seen, if it is a closed circuit, then you don't worry about the return load. So you are moving the vehicle within that circuit. But when we go on highways, many of the shippers give only one-way load. And the aggregation can help in securing the return load. And when the truck runs on both sides loaded, and then your economics automatically improves. So the digital platforms, aggregations can help in increasing the freight. But I think as an operator, we also do the similar kind of thing. In the absence of a digital platform, we also work with multiple customers. So at Billini, we call it as a pair of city and pair of customers. Sometimes there is a triangulation of customers. So I rotate the vehicle so that it is continuously running. And I think today we also heard Rajuji talking about the truck reaching 12,000, 14,000 kilometers, and the economics automatically happens. So in our highway corridor also we have seen, when we started last year, it was about 6 to 7,000 kilometers per vehicle per month. And now gradually we have come to around 11,000. At 12,000, then I don't need any subsidy, I don't need any toll waiver. the business runs on its own, and we can still offer a discount to our customers.
And very quickly, do you think these aggregation platforms, the government can have a role to play there?
Yeah. Because I think it is one is the load aggregation, second is also the corridor aggregation. Because sometimes we may not be aware. Today, as a first mover, we are also going through the learning curve. And unfortunately or fortunately, we didn't have to unlearn anything. So we study the route profile, altitude profile, range profile, set up the charging station. But that I can only do in a limited capacity. I cannot do pan-India. And the government platforms can help in that way. One is the load part of it, and the second part is also the corridor readiness. Yeah? So 3-lane, we do the study, for example, 3-lane versus 2-lane. If a 3-lane road is there, then I prefer that road even if it is a 20 kilometer more, because my truck can run faster. My drivability vehicle is very good. Yeah. So those kind of information, the portals can always help.
Yeah. Moving on to Rohan. Scaling electric trucking in India requires overcoming hurdles like charging infrastructure, high upfront costs, and fleet operator adoption. How are you supporting startups to navigate it? You've made a few investments in electric trucking.
So I'll tell you what we are doing, and this is where I think it kind of goes full circle. So I think technology is definitely important for a lot of what we are doing. We are here because there were technological advancements that have led us to electric vehicles being so popular and available. I'll give you a couple of examples. Electric vehicles can be light-weighted, so either the return journey, which is empty, or just the dead load that you're carrying by using composites. So there's a company out of Gurgaon that we are supporting that's trying to make a composite panel that can actually lightweight an entire electric vehicle. It can actually work on ice also, but at least the use case is again interesting on electric vehicles. So when it comes to charge point operators, I think a lot of these are established technologies at this point, and I don't think there is much innovation. So I think those are things which are ready for the inflection point for financiers who are more ready to make commercial returns to come in. Because then it's gone from piloting to contracting. So I think there is a role for people like us who can do the piloting, can do some of the early risk technologies, and build that, and then then hand it over to somebody who can really do the the VCs and Ps who can come in to say that I will invest in a charge zone, or Volt. Sorry, I forgot the full name, but they just raised $20 million, for example.
So you're talking about the valley of death. You can help.
That's I think the most critical part that we need some financing for. Not the most critical part. I mean, that's also one of the parts that we need financing for, because those technologies need to come in, indigenized technologies, which can then be taken forward. I mean, I'll just give you a very quick other example. A lot of 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler small commercial vehicles have a challenge with range anxiety in cities. There is a small startup out of Pune that's trying to do a range extender, which is a small generator that goes on. So it's like a plug-in hybrid retrofitted. But now the challenge there is on policy. But I think if something like that can happen, then suddenly the whole question of whether I'll be stranded on the road when I have to make deliveries in time, and I have to, uptime is important, because the realization is that the driver cum owners get into electric vehicles because they want to make more money. But because of range anxiety, they know that the range could be 120, but I'm not going to drive the vehicle below 15% SOC, right? So that means I've lost my 10, 15, 20% kilometers range. So at that point, suddenly they're losing on their economics. So some of these technologies, and then again, policy support for that. Is that an electric vehicle if I'm going to put some fuel in it? Or is it a retrofit hybrid? So those are something that we can need to all discuss later.
Thank you. Now moving on to Neha. So we spoke about guarantees and pool financing earlier. So how do you think our policies are tuned towards that? Because a lot of these, firstly, blended financing is not templatized in India. Everything has to become, everything is bespoke. It wastes a lot of time, but also more importantly, people who want to do it are not very certain that are we following the law? Is it against regulations? So what can be done about that to support this sector?
Absolutely, and this is a question which I have been hearing almost every day, Arun. from the funders whom I'm talking to. So certainly there is a gray area in terms of the policies or the regulations when we come to blended financing. But if you look at guarantee as a structure, where I talked about that de-risking can happen at the portfolio level through the guarantees which can be given by government or by the funders. It can be philanthropic funders or CSR funders, right? So as per RBI DLG guidelines, it says that up to 5% guarantee can be given, right? While it is especially for the LSPs, however, if there's a foundation in place, for example, Light Road also has a Section 8 company, which is Light Road Impact Foundation. So if there's a family office or a philanthropist who wants to really give guarantee towards an impactful program, such as, for example, EV truck financing, you know, where it's at the intersection of micro entrepreneurship, where you are increasing the livelihoods generation for the drivers. Plus, it's a climate intersection where you are reducing the CO2 emission, right? So, looking that into the factors, the philanthropist can always give guarantees, even in the tunes of, say, just to be safer, it can be up to 5%. Where you can also have pari passu structures, where, say, for example, there's a fintech which does the mobilization on ground for these EV truckers, gives 2.5%, and the philanthropist or the CSR capital gives 2.5%. That is one structure which is possible. In fact, we can even go beyond that, because if the foundation receives any CSR or the philanthropic capital, it is not coming in the RBI guidelines directly, because it is linked to impact, right? So that's where they can give more guarantees. That is one. Second is, I talked about the interest-linked incentives or the interest subventions, right? So those can directly go to the borrower in that case, where that's the end beneficiary also. So that is where, you know, regulations do not come into the play. It's the grant money, in a way, financial assistance, but linked to those where the private capital is also playing a role. So right now we are kind of piloting one structure in the EV three-wheeler segment, where there is a catalytic capital coming in, and we are doing it at 2.5% pari passu with a fintech. There's a fintech. There are a couple of NBFCs who are lending in that segment, right? And that money is being used as a guarantee so that the loans can be given. And look at the impact, Arun. With 1 rupee which has been given by the philanthropy, you can actually generate a book of 20 to 40 rupees. If it is 5%, then 20 rupees. If it is 2.5%, then there's a 40x leverage. So that's the value which these blended financing solutions brings in. And guidelines, considering if there's a foundation in place like us, which is a blended financing platform or a facility, we, at a Section 8 company level, we take care of those utilizations which we need to give it to the donors.
Interesting. Very, very quickly. We need to do provisioning for that 5%, right? A few months back, that rule came out. NBFCs needed to provision even if they provide that 5%. So is there any impact because of that?
As I said, if there's a money which is getting pulled into a Section 8 company, then this may not impact directly. We have seen SIDBI and Shell Foundation also coming up, where they're giving second loss default guarantee for the EV segment itself, which is going up to 7.5%. So that is where we have seen these structures coming in place.
All right. And finally, Mr. Satyanarayana, okay, which models do you think will scale up quickly? Because one would imagine in India, given the high capex for electric trucks currently, leasing model might be very scalable. But you don't find very many people doing leasing. When it comes to electric trucks, right? I'm talking about medium and heavy duty trucks. So OEM-backed leasing, battery ownership by OEMs, leasing batteries. Okay, so which of these models do you think will work best for India for scaling up?
So as far as we studied this entire models, leasing is not working out in India because of the benefits what ultimately LSP or whoever is the buyer is getting it. That is not visible. That is the reason leasing is not taking off in a big way. But in EVs, suppose if we come up with a wet leasing, then it will be definitely a game changer, number one. Number two, battery as a service, which today many people are talking about. I think this is OEM backed or a OEM funded battery as a service is going to change the game. Because the reason is because any additional layer or any additional player which comes and their IRR also has to be taken care in the business, which adds to the ultimately to the TCO, which is not viable today. So anything which is done by the OEM, backed up by the battery as a service, I'm also, if you think beyond that, I think, somewhere we also have to think at, why not truck as a service? Okay, I think these are the things which we need to work upon. Today we are not ready for those kind of models, but yes, definitely those are the models which we need to bring in for the EVs or any new technology products so that the adoption can be faster, and it'll be a buyer for them. It is a risk-free product. I think those are the models will definitely I foresee in the near future, if not in the next 2 years, but definitely beyond that. I'm seeing that battery as a service. I'm seeing very soon. Okay, many players have just started discussing, and many players have started offering. So each one of us will get into that, because ultimately the risk of higher capex that needs to be removed from the minds of the people, and we have to play a big and active role in that.
Thank you for that. And I think a tax policy also has a role to play here. So that is something which we can, we should deep dive as well. But thank you very much for this. It's been a good discussion. I think financing, retail financing is the ultimate endpoint, right? When retail financing happens for electric trucks, then we know that this sector doesn't require any more interventions. But till then, we require a lot of risk guarantees, equity, and other interventions in order to make that happen. But yeah, thank you very much. It's been a great discussion. Now over to Chandana.
Thanks a lot to all the panelists for the great discussion. A big round of applause, everyone. I request Joseph and Arun to please present our speakers with a token of appreciation. I request everyone to come together for a photo op. A huge round of applause again, everyone. We now move to a very special part of today's program, the award ceremony. These recognitions celebrate the front runners who are setting benchmarks in the India's zero-emission trucking journey through policy leadership, pioneering pilots, technology deployment, and innovative financing. These awardees have been identified with the aim of acknowledging leadership and pioneering efforts that are publicly visible in the shaping this transition. At the same time, we also wish to applaud the exceptional efforts of every stakeholder who, in their own way, is contributing to this journey towards clean freight ecosystem. Now, for presenting the awards, it's my honor to invite on stage Shri Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor Niti Aayog, to kindly join us on the stage. Sir. And I think we need a lot more enthusiasm in this room right now, because all these people have been relentlessly working towards taking the steps towards advancing zero-emission trucks in India. First up, setting the foundation strong, cementing their foothold in low-emission pathways by piloting highest number of e-MHDVs in the cement industry. Let's applaud Ultratech Cement. Ultratech Cement. Another applause, please. Next, a new age LSP boldly stepping into the future of mobility with highest number of EMHDVs on ground. Let's hear it for Transpolt Mobility. Next up is a traditional LSP, a trusted name with decades of logistics expertise, now embracing electrification at scale as a pioneer among traditional players. We have NECC. Powering up India's highways of tomorrow with the most high-power chargers for EMHDV, let's celebrate Charge Zone. A legacy OEM on wheels, setting benchmarks by putting highest number of EMHDVs on road and steering the freight industry towards electrification. Ashok Leland. Cool. The next is a household name in mobility, now a front runner in electrification with the highest number of e-freight models, Tata Motors. A new age OEM with innovation at its core, bringing the widest range of e-truck models for a clean logistics future. iBoard Mobility. Engineering scale and strength for a clean era, a new age OEM leading with the highest number of 55 e-trucks, 55-tonner e-trucks on road. Please join your hands for IPL Tech. A path breaker in financing the future of freight to make electric truck a reality. Cheer for Sundaram Finance. Sundaram Finance. And finally, one of the most important milestones in our country's journey, the first state to offer incentives for N2 and N3 vehicles. Leading this policy breakthrough is Maharashtra. We take pride in recognizing the exceptional leadership of Transport Department of Maharashtra and Shri Vivek Bhimanwar, IS Transport Commissioner, Government of Maharashtra. Though he could not join us today, he's conveyed his warm regards. Let's give all him and his team a resounding applause for this pioneering efforts. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. One more time, let us put our hands together for all the awardees, the trailblazers in India's ZET's movement. To close today's proceedings, I now invite Shri Sudhendu Sinha Sir, Niti Aayog, to kindly deliver the closing remarks.
So, as the anniversary comes to a close, and throughout the day, all the sessions, they were absolutely enlightening. You saw the new challenges that have been identified, and what I could see was that the level of confidence among multiple stakeholders that has definitely gone up by many times. So that is the most, for me, that is the find of the day. And yes, now as I said in the morning, I'll reiterate it, that we have got another year in hand. And this year we must attempt to plug as many vehicles as possible, to pull off as many vehicles as possible electric into the stream. I was being told by Ultratech representative and winner of the award also, that they must identify 3-4 cities where that saturation should be there. Very correct. So in fact, that is one of the avowed strategy of Niti Aayog, that we saturate and then we replicate. We create lighthouses and then we attempt to take it on the other frontiers. So that is how it has been. Thanks to WRI, thanks to other 23 think tanks who are partnering in and creating multiple knowledge projects to take it forward. To each of the industry players, because as I say, that without your intervention, without your directly acting into it, it won't be possible. SFC has been fabulous. Ease of doing business has done a lot of good work. We saw congratulations to all the winners of the award. This time it has been Maharashtra. My sense is that next time we will have more and more states getting into the stream. And this I am watching, because as you know, all states are now today, they are recalibrating their state EV policies. And my sense is that you would see that more and more thrust on this trucking segment, maybe starting from N1 also, but then gradually it will rise up to N3 and the higher ones. So that would be very much visible. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to each of the industry players. And yes, I have to watch full 1 year to see that what new milestones you are going to achieve. Because next time, some different conversation should be mainstreaming, because that is what, and as I said, that the number has to go up in a big way. Because that is the time when you see when the entire focus of the government also starts shifting, that, okay, this is the area in which we should be working, and this is a success story. So I'm sure that all of us will be working into that stream. Thanks a lot. Thank you, and good day.
Thank you for your continued leadership and the vision you've set for EFAS, sir. With that, we officially conclude today's proceedings. On behalf of Niti Aayog, WRI India, and all our partners, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to all our dignitaries, speakers, and participants for joining us and making today's discussion so engaging and impactful. After a full day of discussions, I hope you're still fully charged, and just like the trucks we want to see on the highway, you all are charged as well. On that note, have a great evening, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thanks a lot. We request everyone to gather near the stage for a photo op. Everyone in the room, please.